सी आज PlayStation बहुत ज़्यादा पॉपुलर है, ये हम सभी जानते हैं. ऑलमोस्ट ग्लोबली इट्स वेरी पॉपुलर. गेम्स हो या कंसोल्स हो, काफ़ी ज़्यादा लोग इनको यूज़ करते हैं. बट बैक इन द डेज, बैक इन द 90s, व्हेल सोनी वाज ट्राइंग टू एस्टैब्लिश इट्स PlayStation लाइनअप, काफ़ी इंटरेस्टिंग मार्केटिंग को सोनी ने यूज़ किया था. जी हाँ, आई एम टॉकिंग अबाउट द वेरी स्पेशल स्क्रैच एंड स्निफ लेबल्स फ्रॉम द रियल ड्राइविंग सिमुलेटर और फीफा गेम. और ये जो गेम की डिस्क्स मिलती थी, इनके ऊपर एक लेबल हुआ करता था, जिसको जब आप स्क्रैच करके स्निफ करेंगे, यू वुड फील योरसेल्फ टू बी इन दैट एक्शन. मतलब जो रियल ड्राइविंग सिमुलेटर गेम था, उसमें जब आप स्क्रैच करके स्निफ करते थे, यू वुड एक्सपीरियंस द सेंट ऑफ अ पिट स्टॉप. और फीफा में यू वुड एक्सपीरियंस द सेंट ऑफ अ फुटबॉल फील्ड. क्या क्रेजी मार्केटिंग थी, बट ज़्यादा डिटेल में इसको नहीं किया गया था. बट देन अगेन, यू नो, विद इन अ फ्यू ईयर्स ऑफ इट्स लॉन्च, फाइनली अभी ग्लोबल स्केल पे PlayStation इज रियली पॉपुलर. ऐसे शेयरिंग से याद आया, समटाइम्स यू नो इट्स अ थिंग दैट वी नीड टू शेयर our Wi-Fi network. घर में कोई दोस्त आया हो, maybe there's some guest coming in and you would want to share your Wi-Fi. The problem comes if your password is very complicated, or maybe you do not want to say it out loud कि आपका password क्या है. ऐसे में आप Wi-Fi network कैसे शेयर कर सकते हैं? Well guys, it's a very interesting method. बहुत आसान सा टिप है. Just go into your phone's settings. वहां पे जहां पे आपको Wi-Fi का नाम दिखता है, just next to it, or maybe if you go deep into settings, आपको एक ऑप्शन मिल जाएगा wherein you can share your Wi-Fi network just by using a QR code. आपके फोन के स्क्रीन पे QR कोड आएगा. द फ्रेंड और द गेस्ट जस्ट नीड्स टू स्कैन दैट कोड and he can connect to your Wi-Fi network without even you telling the password.
Modi's cabinet of consensus, an NDTV exclusive on what NDA 3.0 will look like. Sources say the TDP and the JDU are likely to get one cabinet berth each. Meanwhile, Jayant Chaudhary's RLD and Apna Dal Anupriya Patel's to get one MOS position each. The full cabinet, meanwhile, unlikely to be sworn in on Sunday. Modi's historic third term oath on Sunday. Grand preparations at the Rashtrapati Bhavan. Top neighborhood leaders in Delhi for the swearing-in ceremony. This as Delhi turns no-fly zone ahead of the swearing-in ceremony. Will he, won't he? Well, Rahul Gandhi is set to be the leader of opposition. At least the top Congress body has batted for Rahul Gandhi as the LOP. This as Sonia Gandhi has been elected yet again the leader of the Congress's parliamentary party. Mamata Banerjee to skip Prime Minister Modi's swearing-in ceremony. She dubs the NDA government undemocratic and illegal. This as Mamata Banerjee and her nephew Abhishek chair a key TMC huddle. This is Akhilesh Yadav also chairs a key SP meet after the Lok Sabha sweep. The National Testing Agency issues a clarification after the big NEET mess. The NTA says the exam's integrity was not compromised. This as the government forms a panel to re-examine grace marks. The government says the revised results of over 1,600 students will be outsold. Southern movie pioneer Ramoji Rao dies at 87. His last rites with state honours in Telangana. He was the architect of the southern film industry. Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Vedant Agarwal. Well, we are counting down to the big swearing-in ceremony of Narendra Modi, which will be held on Sunday at 7:15 p.m. in the evening. It's going to be a grand show. It's NDA 3.0, this time in a new avatar with all the coalition partners taking center stage. Well, we have a big exclusive on the NDA 3.0. What will it look like? Well, the entire cabinet is unlikely to be sworn in tomorrow, and in a big move, the NDA is like to split up is likely to split up those ministries which were given to a single minister. My colleague Nikunj Garg has more.
This is the return of the coalition politics after at least 1 decade. And this is also after a very, very long time regional players like JDU and the TDP principally currently are also becoming important and also going to call the shots. So in those geographies also, Bihar and Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, there is a disproportionate amount of interest in the government formation. So two things with certainty we are telling our viewers at this point in time on this Saturday evening. Number one, when the swearing in takes place, that is at 7:15 tomorrow official time, the full Modi cabinet, the strength of which can be between 78 to 81, will not be visible to the people. The shape of the full complete cabinet will take some days to come. So what will be visible to the viewers, even that we can put out with some amount of certainty now, it is that nearly 24 top ministers, of course the ministries are atop the rising hill, which means the Home, Defense, Finance, External Affairs, ministers will be sworn in tomorrow. Critical ministries like critical infrastructure ministries like steel, civil aviation, heavy industries, iron and coal, those ministries' cabinet portfolios will be allocated tomorrow. In all, we can inform our viewers with some amount of certainty now is that more than 24 ministers and nearly 30 odd ministers would be sworn in tomorrow, which means the larger share of the cabinet would not be visible tomorrow, which also would mean that MOS's independent charges, MOS's in the ministries, various ministries, remember ministries like Home have in the last government had 3 MOS's with specific charge. So those will not be visible to the viewers tomorrow. What they can see will be the top rung or the elite rung of the cabinet tomorrow at around between 7:15 and 8. So currently, we can also tell our viewers that the official timing for the swearing-in ceremony is between 7:15 and 8 p.m. That may extend as the negotiations, hectic negotiations going on right now. I spoke to somebody involved in those negotiations an hour back, and he smiled at me, said, currently between the Prime Minister's office, the BJP and the allies, even they are not certain how many would be making it to the cabinet currently as we go to tomorrow. So hectic negotiations on, but two things sure, not the full cabinet tomorrow, nearly 24 to 30 ministers, all top ministries with the infrastructure, economy and the rising annual defense strategy focus would be sworn into. The planning in the ministries and the government was that they will be reducing the number of the ministries going forward and not increasing. So like take for example Jyotiraditya Scindia has steel and the civil aviation, two very critical ministries for the economic development and the growth of the country. That is not going to be the case anymore. No minister is going to have more than one ministry in charge, including ministers like Mr. Amit Shah, who were having home and corporation affairs ministry, that was cooperation affairs ministry, whatever, that was culled out later by the government. So single minister would generally be in charge of a single ministry. So the steel and civil aviation would now go to 2 ministers. Original thinking and plan in the government was that they would reduce the number of ministries to less than 3 dozen. That would not be possible.
So, well, it's a cabinet of consensus with allies including the JDU and the TDP taking centre stage. What sources have indicated is that both the JDU and the TDP will get one ministerial berth in the cabinet each. Also, the other alliance partners, including the Apna Dal as well as Jayant Chaudhary's RLD, are likely to get one MOS position each. So, well, the BJP in a sense could draw a red line for the alliance partners. My colleague Maria Shakil has more on this.
They are 32 seats short of the majority number, which is the 272 in the Lok Sabha. So indication is that this is about consensus and continuity. Prime Minister Modi yesterday, while speaking in the Central Hall of Parliament, emphasized on the word consensus. The government will be that of continuity because there is a roadmap of sorts which has been unveiled by the government, which they implemented also in terms of infra portfolios and others, infrastructure in particular, highways, roadways, all across India. So expect all those portfolios which are seen as part of Prime Minister Modi's vision to be with the BJP. And as far as the alliance partners are concerned, the JDU and also the TDP in particular, I think there are negotiations which are happening, John, not only for the birth. Here, the emphasis by these two politicians like Nitish Kumar and Chandrababu Naidu is what they are getting for their respective states. Remember, both these chief ministers had been demanding, one, a special package, which is essentially the state of Bihar, and also special status, which has been one of the demands since the bifurcation of Andhra Pradesh. So I think the negotiations are happening at multiple levels. It's not just about a portfolio. It is also about what they will be carrying back to their respective states if they are part of a government at the center.
And well, like 2014 and 2019, it's going to be a grand show at the swearing-in ceremony of the Prime Minister and the NDA cabinet. Well, hectic preparations underway at the Rashtrapati Bhavan. There you can see, in fact, security has been ramped up at the Raisina Hills. In fact, Delhi has turned into a no-fly zone. My colleague Ishika reports from the Raisina Hills. Take a look.
Tomorrow is a big day, a historic day. Narendra Modi will take oath as the Prime Minister of India for the third time. Now, 8,000 guests are expected to arrive at the event that is going to take place at around 7:15 p.m. tomorrow. Now, first let me tell you that I am reporting from Kartavya Path, where let me show you very beautiful visuals that we are getting you of the Rashtrapati Bhavan, where this entire oath-taking ceremony will take place. My camera person Stephen Anthony is in fact trying to show you the beautiful visuals of the Rashtrapati Bhavan that we are getting you right now. Now, apart from this, let me also tell you that for all of this, security arrangements are going to be kept in place in the national capital. In fact, let me tell you that a three-layered security deployment will be done from tomorrow onwards. Now, for the inner layer, that is the inner perimeter, that will cover the areas around the Rashtrapati Bhavan and also the Kartavya Path. Now, if we talk about the outer layer, that will include, in fact, the hotels, the security arrangements at hotels like Taj, the Leela, the Oberoi, where all the foreign dignitaries who are attending this event will be staying. Now, for that, a designated route has also been established, which will be covered by a special security cover, which includes, snipers, which includes drone monitoring as well. And if we talk about the third security layer, which includes the outermost, that will be the surveillance from ground to air of the area around central Delhi. So three-layered security barricade that we'll see from tomorrow morning onwards. And let me tell you that the Delhi police officials have also said that for 2 days, that is from tomorrow and the day after, there will be no flying zone in the national capital. That means total prohibition of the aerial platform. Now, apart from that, let me also tell you that there are 2,500 police personnel who will be deployed for the security arrangements, and this includes 5 companies of the paramilitary personnel, and apart from that, snipers, NSG commandos, all of them will be deployed here where this entire ceremony will take place. But certainly it is going to be a historic day tomorrow. Narendra Modi taking oath as the Prime Minister for the third time in the Rashtrapati Bhavan, where we continue to show that how beautifully it is lit today, just a day before the oath-taking ceremony. We are in fact trying to zoom in and show you the beautiful Rashtrapati Bhavan, which is in fact lit very beautifully, and you can see the people who in fact have come here to admire the beauty just before the oath-taking ceremony. Now in Delhi with camera person Stephen Anthony, this is Ishika Verma for NDTV.
Meanwhile, key neighborhood leaders have already arrived in Delhi for the swearing-in ceremony, including Sheikh Hasina, also Ahmed Afif. Interestingly, Mohammad Muizzu of the Maldives is also here for the swearing-in ceremony. This, of course, reflects India's neighborhood-first policy that's really been a key focus of the NDA governments in the past 10 years. My colleague Mohammad Ghazali reports.
As PM designate, Mr. Narendra Modi is going to take oath for its third term in the office tomorrow. Foreign dignitaries have also started arriving in India, with Bangladesh Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina arrived today afternoon. But in the national capital, these welcome messages on these banners with pictures of foreign dignitaries who have been invited and who have shown their confirmation to participate in the swearing in tomorrow has been put out in the national capital. And the most controversial photo, if to say, or the one picture which has hit the headlines in the last 3 days since its confirmation for attending the swearing in ceremony is the Maldivian president, Mr. Moizu. Mr. Moizu came to power last year on an anti-India campaign where he had asked for Indian troops to leave that island nation. But later the relations between the two countries hit a dip because of the social media exchanges between the Maldivian parliamentarians who used foul language against Indian Prime Minister, and later Indians decided to boycott Maldives for a tourist destination. The Maldivian tourism took a hit, but last month when it all looked like the relations will only further worsen between the two countries, the Foreign Minister of Maldives visited India. He held a meeting with S. Jaishankar, the External Affairs Minister, and the relations from that very point it started looking that now things will improve. And with Moizu's participation in the swearing in ceremony, it also sends out a message that India's neighborhood first policy will continue in the next term of PM designate Mr. Narendra Modi. In the 2014 when he came to power, he had invited leaders of the SAARC countries. In 2019, the BIMSTEC countries were invited, or heads of those states were invited, of those countries which are along the Bay of Bengal. But in this swearing in ceremony, Mr. Narendra Modi has invited leaders from the countries who are in and around the Indian Ocean, like Maldives, Mauritius, Seychelles, President of Sri Lanka, President of Maldives, and also the neighboring heads of the states of the neighboring countries like Nepal, Bhutan. But three neighbors, Afghanistan, Pakistan and China, no senior leader or the head of the state has been invited or will be attending this ceremony. But very interesting will be to see that which will be the first country Prime Minister designate Mr. Modi will be travelling after assuming the office.
And moving now to the Congress in a huddle as well. Well, the top Congress body, the Congress Working Committee, met and passed two key resolutions. Of course, the resolution was passed to choose Rahul Gandhi as the leader of opposition. In fact, after the Congress Working Committee meet, the Congress Parliamentary Party also met, choosing Sonia Gandhi as the chairperson of the Parliamentary Party yet again. In fact, in the Parliamentary meet as well, the proposal was made to elect Rahul Gandhi as the leader of opposition. He says he will consider the CWC's request. Take a look.
We adopted two resolutions today. They have decisively rejected both the substance and style of governance over the past decades. The verdict of the people is not just a political loss, but a moral defeat for the Prime Minister who sought the mandate in his name and ran a campaign anchored in lies, hate, prejudice, divisiveness and extreme bigotry. Another resolution we had passed unanimously. CWC unanimously requested Sri Rahul Gandhi ji to take the leader of the opposition position in Lok Sabha.
And well ahead of the swearing-in ceremony on Sunday, Mamata Banerjee has decided to skip the oath-taking ceremony. She has dubbed the NDA government as undemocratic and illegal. In fact, she says that election processes cannot go on for 2 months. In fact, she said that not a single TMC MP will attend the swearing-in ceremony. This as she chaired a key meeting of the TMC along with her nephew Abhishek Banerjee. She continues to be the chairperson of the TMC Parliamentary Party, and Sudeep Banerjee has been elected as a Lok Sabha leader, while Derek O'Brien is the Rajya Sabha leader of the TMC. Take a look.
না এসছে না যাবে আমি তো বলেই দিয়েছি দেশের মানুষকে কাল শুভকামনা জানাবো দেশের মানুষদের ভোট দেয়নি বলে इसी के लिए मैं सॉरी हम ये जो गवर्नमेंट पूरा अनडेमोक्रेटिकली अनकॉन्स्टिट्यूशनली इलीगली गवर्नमेंट बना रहा है हम उसको शुभकामना नहीं दे सकता है आई एम सॉरी फॉर दैट हमका शुभकामना देश के लिए रहेगा कि लेट अस होप फॉर द बेस्ट फॉर द फ्यूचर हम एमपी लोगों को रिक्वेस्ट करने चाहेंगे जो भी पार्टी है आपका पार्टी को मजबूत बनाओ अभी बीजेपी को समझना है कि इसको पार्टी तोड़ना अच्छा काम मत करो पहले आपका पार्टी तोड़ जाएगा हमने नहीं तोड़ेंगे आपका अंदर से ही जाएगा आपका अंदर का सब आदमी खुश नहीं है, ये हम देख रहा है।
And well, the Lok Sabha elections have been about the resurgence of the regional satraps, the regional parties, and key regional parties were in a huddle on Saturday. In fact, not just the TMC, but also the Samajwadi Party. Akhilesh Yadav, in fact, met the winning MPs of the Samajwadi Party. The strategy going forward was also discussed, given the fact that now many positions have fallen vacant, including the leader of opposition position, because Akhilesh Yadav was the LOP, and he is now a member of parliament from Kannauj. Listen in.
समाजवादी पार्टी देश के तीसरे नंबर की पार्टी बन गई है, जहां पार्टी को इतना बड़े पैमाने पर जनता का समर्थन मिला है, वहीं समाजवादियों की जिम्मेदारी बढ़ गई है। जनता की एक एक बात, जनता की समस्याओं का उठाना, उनके हित में अपनी बात रखना। समाजवादियों का लगातार संघर्ष रहेगा लोकसभा में, जिससे ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा जनता के बीच में और उनके लिए सेवा कर सकें। नकारात्मक राजनीति खत्म हुई है, सकारात्मक राजनीति का दौर शुरू हुआ है। जनता की मुद्दों की जीत हुई है।
That will take a short break now. News continues on the other side.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India, one world hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
The historic swearing in. Prime Minister Modi takes oath for the third time. The new NDA government takes charge for the third straight term.
देश चलाने के लिए सर्वमत बहुत जरूरी होता है.
The Modi cabinet. Who will get what? All the news and top newsmakers. Mega ceremony, mega coverage. All day on NDTV.
Welcome back. A fallout of what has been a huge concern in Uttar Pradesh, paper leaks and of course tampering with recruitment exams. Remember, we all remember that huge paper leak that happened with the police recruitment exam. There was a lot of anger on the ground. Many, in fact, attribute the BJP's losses in Uttar Pradesh to this aspect as well. And now the Yogi government has moved bring a law dealing with cheating in examinations, particularly recruitment examinations. In fact, Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath has said that tampering with such exams is absolutely unacceptable. Tanishq Punjabi is now joining us live on the phone line. So Tanishq, about time that an anti-cheating law is implemented in Uttar Pradesh.
Well, yes, of course, and what we have to see it from the prism of the whole battle, of course. Because one of the paper leak recently was one of the things that rocked Uttar Pradesh just before the Lok Sabha elections, and according to many experts, this was one of the reasons that unemployment in Uttar Pradesh was one of the reasons that did affect the BJP vote bank. But yes, now of course, UP government now stepping up. They have now decided that a law regarding paper leak will be brought very soon to deal with solver gang and paper leak mafias, all of them. And of course, special instructions have been given to all the officials to make sure the recruitment happens in the vacant posts under the UP government. But of course, this of course can be seen as the Yogi government coming in damage control mode, and this is not the first time the BJP government is talking about an anti-cheating bill. In 90s, anti-cheating bill was brought in by Kalyan Singh government as well. And another thing, of course, the centre's anti-cheating bill was passed by Parliament earlier this year, and central exams will be under the purview of the law of that law and the bill. But yes, Yogi government now stepping up and of course taking action against the paper leak. Recently the Uttar Pradesh police constable paper leak happened, and then of course the exams were cancelled and will be held very soon now. Yes.
Tanish, thanks very much for joining us with that update there. So, an anti-cheating law in Uttar Pradesh to be implemented soon. That's what Yogi Adityanath has said, saying that such tampering with examinations is absolutely unacceptable. This as there was a lot of anger and outrage after there was paper leaks reported in major recruitment examinations. And moving now to news from Andhra Pradesh. Well, Chandrababu Naidu is all set to take oath as the Chief Minister on the 12th of this month. That's next week. In fact, he will be in Delhi for the big swearing-in ceremony on Sunday, after which he will be taking oath as the Chief Minister next week. Remember, he's emerged as a key NDA ally with those 16 MPs that he actually brings to the coalition. But of course, for Andhra Pradesh as well, it's really history that will be created, the return of Chandrababu Naidu. Aishwarya is now joining us live on the phone line. So Aishwarya, he will be taking oath on this 12th of June after the big swearing-in ceremony on Sunday in Delhi.
Well, certainly it is Chandrababu Naidu who will return back to Delhi after attending Prime Minister Narendra Modi's oath-taking ceremony in Delhi. And now the Chief Minister's office in Andhra Pradesh has also confirmed that it would be on June 12th at 11:27 at around 9:27 a.m. near the Keshavali IT Park in Vijayawada itself, and therefore there have been elaborate arrangements also that is now being made at a brisk place for swearing-in ceremony of the TDP National President Chandrababu Naidu as the Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh. At least 10 senior leaders would be sworn in on the same day itself. Remember, it is the NDA which had come back to the power with a landslide victory with Jan Sena and the Bharatiya Janata Party also in alliance, and therefore the reason perhaps now the preparations have begun. The MLA's meeting will be called in very soon after Chandrababu Naidu will return to Andhra Pradesh.
Aishwarya, thanks very much for joining us. With that, perhaps the Prime Minister could also attend the swearing-in ceremony, and it's going to be a week of oath-taking ceremonies as 4 assembly elections were also held simultaneously with the Lok Sabha polls. That's all the time that we have on the show from all of us here. Goodbye.
Life is anyway quite easy these days because हमको वो कैश कैरी नहीं करना पड़ता है. We can make the payments just using UPI. हमारे फोन से इंस्टेंट एक QR स्कैन करके हम पेमेंट कर देते हैं. But the question is कि अगर आपके पास में आपका वॉलेट नहीं है और आप UPI के भरोसे घर से निकल गए, let's say you don't get internet signal as well. Sometimes ऐसा होता है और आपको अगर वहाँ पे UPI से पेमेंट करना है, how would you do it? Guys, the simple answer is कि आप बिना इंटरनेट के भी UPI से पेमेंट्स कर सकते हैं if you just follow the following instructions. सबसे पहले आपको आपके फोन से डायल करना है *99#. जी हाँ, ये कुछ ऐसा ही है जो पहले हम डायल करते थे *123# *121# फॉर ऑल आवर बैलेंस चेक इंक्वायरीज। तो जब आप इस नंबर को डायल करते हैं उसके बाद यू कैन फॉलो द प्रॉम्प्ट्स और आप जिसको भी पैसा भेजना चाहते हैं उसका यूपीआई आईडी या फिर मोबाइल नंबर एंटर करने के बाद अपना यूपीआई पिन साथ में ऐड करके पेमेंट कर सकते हैं इवन वाइल यू आर ऑफलाइन। It simply means that it's functional and it's secure as well क्योंकि आपको आपका UPI पिन यूज करना होता है। So next time you're in the mountains, next time you are stuck somewhere with no internet and you want to make an payment कहीं पे भी, तो आप कर सकते हैं with the help of offline technique जो मैंने आपको बताया। Tip is very useful, याद कर लो इसको, कभी ना कभी जरूर काम आएगी। तो फ्रेंड्स अभी टाइम आ गया है फॉर मी टू आंसर ऑल द क्वेश्चंस जो आपने पूछे थे इन दिस सेगमेंट व्हिच इज आस्क टीजी, वन ऑफ माय पर्सनल फेवरेट्स बिकॉज़ मजा आता है आपसे बात करने में, थोड़ा सा सवाल जवाब करने में। लेट्स सी द क्वेश्चंस वी हैव फॉर दिस वीक्स एपिसोड।
हाय टीजी, क्या आपको लगता है कि फोन को बैटरी सेवर मोड पे रखने से सही में कोई फायदा है?
Well, technically yes, there is an advantage. See, usually
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
Very good morning. You're watching NDTV. I'm Arti Krishnan. Our top focus, of course, Modi 3.0 cabinet swearing in today as the nation gears up. We'll bring you more on that. For now, the headlines. Modi 3.0 oath swearing in ceremony today. Mega preparations, tight security in Delhi. NDTV exclusive. Sources say TDP, JDU likely to get one cabinet berth each. Jayant's RLD and Apna Dal to get one MOS position each. Congress are yet to take a decision on attending the ceremony. TMC says not invited to oath-taking ceremony. DMK meeting today to mull a state exemption from NEET. Big decision by Uttar Pradesh government to bring a law dealing with cheating in exams. All eyes are on the swearing-in ceremony of the third Modi cabinet. But what's interesting is that this is the third consecutive victory for the NDA. This time around, though, they're more dependent on allies. Now, NDTV sources tell us that not the complete cabinet will be sworn in today. Nearly around 30 ministers are to be sworn in today, according to sources. They're also giving us more information in terms of cabinet berths, saying that the JDU may be getting 1 or 2 cabinet berths. We're also learning that the TDP as well is likely to get some berths. There are some names that have come up in terms of the portfolios as well. Remember, there was a tussle for the speaker post, but that has not been decided on yet. My colleague Vasudha joins us with more details. Vasudha, take us through what sources are telling us in terms of portfolios that have been so far decided. We are learning that not all ministers will be sworn in. It's going to happen over the course of the few months.
Well, what I understand is that, for this we have to really understand what really happened in 2014 and 2019. 2014, 45 members were sworn in. Of that, 23 were cabinet members. Of course, in 2019, the number rose to 57. And, about 25 of them were cabinet ministers. So it's very important to understand that Narendra Modi is known for leaner cabinets. But remember, those two were majority governments. What we understand right now is that every allied party, including the TDP and JDU, which are very important in the present scheme of things, TDP has around 16 MPs and JDU has around 12 MPs. All of them, also of course JDS that has 2, Eknath Shinde-led Shiv Sena, which has about 7, and of course Apna Dal and RLD, which is led by Jayant Chaudhary. All of them had been asked to give their names, and
all of them seem to be getting at least one cabinet for 5 MPs, and for anything less than 5, there is an MOS post, is what we've been told. That is that's largely the formula that the NDA is applying. Discussions have already ended, and calls have already gone, is what I've been told. And what we also understand is that TDP could be getting 2, and JDS could be getting 1. In JDU also about 2, and Chirag Paswan about 1, and of course Jain Chaudhary 1. So clearly now this needs to be, of course, we'll get to know towards the evening. But there was a very important meeting that happened last night with Amit Shah, Nadda, BL Santosh. All of this has also been discussed with the Prime Minister. The top leadership of the BJP and the government is completely involved in this. Caste representation, social inclusion will be most important, is what sources have told us, considering what really has happened in Uttar Pradesh and Maharashtra. But more importantly, the allies will be taken along, and it will be, the BJP wants to make sure that there is nothing that leaves the allies with some sort of disappointment. So clearly a lot of talks have happened. There's been no hard bargain, is what my sources have told me. Most of the allies seem to be on board, and they want to start work as soon as possible, because even with regard to TDP, it's like they really want to start work. They want to get done with their swearing in, which is now scheduled on the 12th of June. So, and JDU, Nitish Kumar has openly said that he wants the swearing in to get over as soon as possible. So clearly the focus seems to be on government formation and, the cabinet to start work on its thing as soon as possible.
Right, Vasudha, thank you for joining us and bringing us those details on the swearing in and what we can expect from the portfolios. And like my colleague Vasudha said, the NDA will finalize the list of cabinets today in a crucial meeting. The spotlight, however, is on negotiations between the BJP and its 2 key allies, TDP and the JDU, each of which is battling for plum posts at the centre. Now, Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde, Shiv Sena faction and the LJP of Chirag Paswan are also seeking key portfolios in the new cabinet. Now, preparations for the grand ceremony are currently underway at the Rashtrapati Bhavan. There's high security at the national capital, 3-tier security in fact, and for the next few days as well, that will continue. Now, the event will be attended by thousands of dignitaries, including foreign dignitaries. 6 heads of states will be attending the swearing in. Some of those leaders are Sheikh Hasina, who has already arrived in New Delhi. And of course, there are several other leaders as well, including the president of Maldives. This will be the first visit of President Muizu since the tensions between India and Maldives. Now, visuals that we're getting in live are from Raj Ghat. Remember, the Prime Minister is about to pay his respects at Raj Ghat first before he heads on to other events that have been lined up in the day, throughout the day, just before the swearing in. Remember, just as tradition goes, Prime Minister will head to Raj Ghat, pay his respects. He will then head on to pay his respects at the National War Memorial as well, just after paying respects at the Raj Ghat. So these are visuals from the Raj Ghat of course, top leaders there as well. Remember, the swearing-in ceremony is set to take place this evening. The biggest question is, how will the NDA balance between the top berths that are being demanded by several of these parties? Now, remember, the TDP as well as the JDU have demanded for some similar ministries, according to sources. And sources also telling us that not all ministers will be sworn in today. Just around 30 ministers are expected to be sworn in. Now, as the Prime Minister is set to take oath for a historic 3rd consecutive term, the event will be attended by thousands of dignitaries, including foreign dignitaries. Invites have been given out to top dignitaries. 6 heads of states will be attending. Remember, Sheikh Hasina has already arrived in New Delhi. Several of the other leaders as well had arrived late last evening. This, of course, includes Maldives President as well as the Prime Minister of Bhutan, Prime Minister of Nepal as well. And that also includes Sheikh Hasina, of course, from Bangladesh. Now, this invite to neighboring countries puts India's neighborhood first policy in the forefront. That is the main focus here. That can be seen throughout the leaders that have been invited, not just foreign dignitaries, but there are also going to be religious leaders who have been invited. There are going to be top bureaucrats as well as other top leaders. Interestingly, the opposition's TMC says that they were not invited to the swearing-in ceremony. The Congress, of course, still deciding on whether they're actually going to attend the ceremony. Now, the Congress Working Committee passed a resolution that party MP Rahul Gandhi should be appointed as the leader of the opposition in Lok Sabha. According to what sources are telling us, the Congress also said they adopted 2 resolutions. A renewed mood among members, but a long way to go is what the Congress calls it. Right. Remember, the leadership roles that have been defined now after the CWC meeting are key for the Congress, as that strategizes the way that they want to handle the ruling NDA in the parliament. Now they've decided that Rahul Gandhi will be the leader of the opposition, as they want to increase his role in the parliament. Let's take a look at what the Congress had to say.
We adopted 2 resolutions today. They have decisively rejected both the substance and style of governance over the past decades. The verdict of the people is not just a political loss, but a moral defeat for the Prime Minister who sought the mandate in his name and ran a campaign anchored in lies, hate, prejudice, divisiveness and extreme bigotry. Another resolution we had passed unanimously. CWC unanimously requested Sri Rahul Gandhi ji to take the leader of the opposition position in Lok Sabha.
Now, the NDA is going to be sworn in again for the 3rd time. The India Alliance parties are huddling to strategize. The Trinamool Congress, however, saying that they will not attend the swearing-in ceremony, saying that they've not received an invite for the ceremony and that they will not go. Listen in to what Mamata Banerjee had to say.
বিহার মে জো না এসছে না যাবে, আমি তো বলেই দিয়েছি দেশের মানুষকে কাল শুভকামনা জানাবো, দেশের মানুষ ওদের ভোট দেয়নি বলে।
As well, huddling to strategize and also review their performance in the polls. SP Chief Akhilesh Yadav, in fact, had chaired this meeting. Elected SP MPs were present at that particular party meeting. They've also decided that Akhilesh will resign from the Karhal Assembly seat and will remain MP. Remember, he won the elections from the Kannauj seat.
समाजवादी पार्टी देश के 3रे नंबर की पार्टी बन गई है, जहां पार्टी को इतना बड़े पैमाने पर जनता का समर्थन मिला है, वहीं समाजवादियों की जिम्मेदारी बढ़ गई है। जनता की एक एक बात, जनता की समस्याओं का उठाना, उनके हित में अपनी बात रखना, समाजवादियों का लगातार संघर्ष रहेगा लोकसभा में, जिससे ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा जनता के बीच में और उनके लिए सेवा कर सकें। नकारात्मक राजनीति खत्म हुई है, सकारात्मक राजनीति का दौर शुरू हुआ है। जनता की मुद्दों की जीत हुई है।
ये जो बीजेपी की एक तरह से कहेंगे कि बीजेपी की सीटें कम हुई, उसके पीछे क्या पीडीए की जीत मानते हैं? समाजवादी पार्टी की जो स्ट्रेटजी थी वो एक वजह है, एंटी इनकम्बेंसी है? क्या लगता है ये आपकी जीत क्या वजह क्या है?
देखिए, चुनाव में हमारे सामने बहुत बड़ी चुनौतियां थीं। जिस तरीके से भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने देश के अंदर माहौल पैदा किया था और इस चुनाव में देखिए ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी के लोग विपक्ष को ख़त्म करना चाहते थे। झूठी रिपोर्टों से लेकर के सबके खिलाफ मुकदमा लिखा करके ईडी, सीबीआई, इनकम टैक्स का भय पैदा करके, मुकदमा लिखा करके, छापा मार के ये करना चाह रहे थे अपने पक्ष में। लेकिन यहाँ की जो जनता ने चुनाव लड़ा और समाजवादी पार्टी के कार्यकर्ताओं ने जो चुनाव लड़ा, उसकी वजह से भारतीय जनता पार्टी को पीछे किया है और बीच बीच में कहीं पर
Right, the Prime Minister at Raj Ghat as of now. We're getting in visuals of the Prime Minister as well as top leaders there at Raj Ghat. Remember, he's going to be paying respects at Raj Ghat before he heads on to the other events that have been planned for the day. Right after paying respects at the Raj Ghat, he's also going to be visiting the National War Memorial, where he will pay his respects to fallen soldiers as well. Remember, as tradition goes, the Prime Minister at Raj Ghat to pay his respects before he takes oath, historically as for the third time as the Prime Minister, along with the NDA cabinet. Now remember, our sources are telling us that not all leaders of the cabinet will be sworn in today, but around 30 leaders will be sworn in today, and the rest of the swearing in will take place around the coming months, is what we're learning from our sources. They're also saying that there are some decisions that have been made in terms of portfolio distribution between the TDP and JDU, which are the main allies that the NDA depends on this time around. The Prime Minister there, along with, as you can see, several top leaders there, as he pays respect to Mahatma Gandhi at the Raj Ghat. Now the Prime Minister will also visit Saidev Atal next, and he will then head on to the National War Memorial, like I had mentioned before. These are of course as per tradition, but there's nothing mundane about this particular swearing-in ceremony, because it is a historic third term. Not only that, interestingly, the NDA this time around heavily dependent on its allies as well. So the big question, of course, remains, will the NDA be able to keep its allies happy with the portfolio distributions? We're also learning that, top leaders, Nitish Kumar, Chandrababu Naidu, Chirag Paswan as well, would be getting top ministerial berths. Now, there have been some ministries, according to sources, that most of these parties have demanded the same ministry. So in that case, the NDA will have to strike a balance and strike a compromise in terms of those as well. But we are learning from our sources that the BJP is not ready to give up the speaker post, which was also demanded by the TDP as well. The Prime Minister there at Raj Ghat as of now paying respects to Mahatma Gandhi. Early this morning, as he then will head on to Saidev Atal and then the National War Memorial, from there to pay respects to fallen soldiers as well. Prime Minister there at Raj Ghat paying respects to Mahatma Gandhi, as he then will head on to Saidev Atal and then the National War Memorial, and towards the evening at around 7 p.m. is when the swearing-in ceremony will take place. Now remember, the President will swear in the Prime Minister as well as his cabinet. Again, like I had stated, sources telling us not the entire cabinet going to be sworn in today, but about 30 ministers will be sworn in. People who've been invited for the swearing-in ceremony includes several top leaders as well as dignitaries, 6 heads of state, which includes Sheikh Hasina, Bangladesh Prime Minister, as well as we're also learning that President Muizu from Maldives will also be attending the swearing-in ceremony. Remember, this will be the first swearing-in ceremony that he attends after the tensions arose between India and Maldives, not only over troops leaving Maldives, but also over tourism. And there was a war of words between India and Maldives. Now, after that, this will be the first visit of the President of Maldives. We're also expecting that Bhutanese Prime Minister as well as Nepali Prime Minister will be visiting for the swearing-in ceremony. 6 dignitaries from foreign nations also indicates India's neighbourhood first policy, as Pakistan and China were not invited for the swearing-in ceremony. Now the Prime Minister, of course, having paid respects at Raj Ghat, he's heading to Saidev Atal. We're expecting just in a few moments that he will be there at the Saidev Atal to pay his respects as well. And from there, he will head on to the National War Memorial to pay respect to the fallen soldiers. Now that, of course, as tradition goes, is what happens in the morning of swearing in. But interestingly, this is the third time around that the Modi cabinet will be sworn in, but this time not with an absolute majority for the BJP. They are heavily reliant on the NDA allies. Right. Remember, in terms of people who've been invited for the swearing-in ceremony, we are expecting 6 heads of states to attend. Not only that, but top dignitaries, including top doctors, lawyers, and industry leaders, in fact, from several fields to be attending. We're also expecting religious leaders to be attending the swearing-in ceremony. In terms of other party leaders, the Congress, we're learning, has not yet decided if they're going to be attending the swearing-in ceremony. The TMC, on the other hand, has said that they were not invited to the swearing-in ceremony and hence won't be attending. So that is the latest in terms of politics around the swearing-in ceremony, where the opposition parties say that they've not been invited. The TMC, in fact, saying that they've not been invited. Congress, on the other hand, has not confirmed that they will be in attendance. Remember, this time around, it's crucial for the NDA to maintain a balance in terms of giving out portfolios to their key allies, which includes the TDP and the JDU. My colleague Vedant joins us with more details. Vedant, now the Prime Minister just having paid respect at Raj Ghat, he's now heading to Sedev Atal and then to the National War Memorial, right ahead of a historic swearing-in ceremony.
That's right. It's going to be a packed day, Aarti. Remember, the Prime Minister at Raj Ghat, as you mentioned, is something which has been, a convention. The Prime Minister, whether it was in 2014 or 2019, we have seen how the NDA has really, converted a swearing-in ceremony into a sort of a show of strength. Of course, world leaders have been invited for the historic third term oath, including neighborhood leaders who have already arrived in the national capital. And there's heavy security across Delhi. In fact, Delhi has turned into a no-fly zone. You have security ramped up in and around Raisina Hills, as it's going to be a packed day today. As you rightly pointed out, the Prime Minister is at Raj Ghat, after which, of course, he will be going to the War Memorial. The swearing-in is scheduled to happen at around 7:15 in the evening. It will be a 45-minute ceremony with 30 ministers taking oath today. Not all ministers will be taking oath today, but it's going to be a grand affair. Of course, allies front and center. But it's very much still, the Prime Minister's mandate. The BJP, sort of negotiating with the allies also from a position of strength. That 240 number is something that is extremely significant, despite the fact that, it's not the numbers that the BJP expected. But nevertheless, the fact of the matter is that it is, as you rightly pointed out, the historicity of the event that the BJP is really trying to sort of, that is very central to the messaging of the BJP and the NDA. Which is why the Prime Minister is at Raj Ghat. As I said, this is convention. After this, the Prime Minister will also be at the Sedev Atal, and then, of course, the National War Memorial at 7:30. The optics extremely significant here, Aarti, because remember, on the day the Prime Minister was elected the NDA parliamentary party leader, he went to meet his mentor and BJP veteran Lal Krishna Advani, then Manohar Lal Joshi. He also met President Ramnath Kovind. So it's always been about the optics, and when it comes to the BJP and the Prime Minister, the messaging becomes very central, which is why ahead of the swearing-in ceremony, a grand show of strength by the Prime Minister and, of course, the NDA.
Thank you, Vedant, for joining us and bringing us those details and a little bit of context as to this tradition that the NDA has been following for years before the swearing-in ceremony. My colleague Vasudha also joins us with more details. Vasudha, now we're learning that some politics is brewing over the swearing-in ceremony, as well as the Congress not yet having decided if they're going to attend. TMC, on the other hand, saying that they have not been invited in the first place.
Absolutely, Aarti, and like Vedant was also saying, this is quite symbolic. The Prime Minister visiting Raj Ghat first. Remember that this is the government that celebrated the birth anniversary of Mr. Mahatma Gandhi in lots of glory. And of course, National War Memorial built in 2019 is also seen as one of the strongest monuments built by this country, trying to emphasize on of course, nationalism and patriotism, and something that the Prime Minister has not just asked his ministers, but every foreign dignitary to visit. So this is something that is in line with what he thinks. And of course, Sadaiv Atal, the site that is dedicated to Atal Bihari Vajpayee, of course, that also is symbolic, because this is probably the second NDA government in the last many years, and Prime Minister in the last few days has been talking a great deal about Atal Bihari Vajpayee. He has also visited Murli Manohar Joshi and L.K. Advani in the last 2 days. So clearly, all of these symbolic moves point to the fact that today is the day. The new government is all set to form, and of course, I'm told by my sources that he's all set to meet the probables, the minister probables in a few hours from now, in a few minutes from now, and of course, the calls have already started. Calls have gone last night, and of course, today evening we prepare for the mega event that will see the ministers and also the Prime Minister being sworn in.
Right, Vasudha, thank you for joining us and bringing us those details on this story, as the Prime Minister there heads to Sadaiv Atal next, and then the National War Memorial. We'll continue tracking this story for you. For now, short break.
The historic swearing in. Prime Minister Modi takes oath for the third time. The new NDA government takes charge for the third straight term.
देश चलाने के लिए सर्वमत बहुत जरूरी होता है.
The Modi cabinet. Who will get what? All the news and top newsmakers. Mega ceremony.
He's at Sadaiv Atal as well. He will then head on to the National War Memorial right ahead of the swearing-in ceremony. This is, as tradition goes, before the swearing-in ceremony for the NDA. For the Prime Minister, he of course goes on to the Raj Ghat first, and then Sadaiv Atal, and then National War Memorial. This, like my colleagues Vasudha and Vedant were mentioning, is part of a layered messaging when it comes to the Prime Minister. And in terms of the honours that he's paying, of course, comes from a place of respect, but also standing firm on the party's position, on the alliance's position on certain issues as well. The Prime Minister is there at Sadaiv Atal. Remember, he's paying respects to Vajpayee, and he will head on to the National War Memorial as well. Right ahead of this, he was paying respects to Mahatma Gandhi at Raj Ghat. He's now at Sadaiv Atal. He's just paid respects to Atal Bihari Vajpayee as well. He's now heading on to the National War Memorial to pay respects to fallen soldiers ahead of the swearing-in ceremony that will take place this evening. Remember, the swearing-in ceremony is not going to take place for all of the cabinet members, but sources telling us that only 30 ministers will be sworn in today. My colleague Vedant joins us with more details. Vedant, now we've just seen the Prime Minister at Raj Ghat. He's now paid respects to Vajpayee at Sadaiv Atal as well, and he'll be heading on to the National War Memorial next.
That's right. So the pictures that we are putting out on our screens extremely significant. The Prime Minister there paying his tributes to former Prime Minister Atal Bihari Vajpayee at the Sadaiv Atal Memorial. As I said, the optics are extremely significant because remember, a lot of people have actually sort of invoked the coalition era of, under the former Prime Minister Atal Bihari Vajpayee. And he in many ways has been the Prime Minister's mentor as well. And with the coalition era back, you will see a lot of parallels perhaps being drawn with the coalition era under former Prime Minister Atal Bihari Vajpayee, which is why these visuals assume great significance. Even at the NDA parliamentary meet, this time around it was about the NDA. Even during the Prime Minister's victory speech, not so much about the BJP but the NDA, because the allies become extremely crucial particularly the TDP and the JDU, with the 16 to 12 MPs that they bring to the coalition respectively. So of course that is extremely crucial, and it's going to be interesting tonight as well, RT at 7:15 p.m. when 30 ministers take oath. How many ministers from the TDP and the JDU? That is something that's going to be extremely interesting to watch out for. What we can say with some amount of certainty is that the 4 Raisina Hill portfolios are something that the BJP will keep for itself. Also the infra-ministries and the Speaker's chair. It's unlikely that the BJP would concede that to its allies. So of course the coalition dynamics, something that is going to be new for the Prime Minister and the new BJP under Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Amit Shah and Mr. Nadda, which is why these visuals assume of great significance. Mr. Vajpayee was somebody who was known as a great mediator. He was somebody who could handle the challenges that come with coalition politics, that come with the coalition government. And extremely significant, as I said, when it comes to the Prime Minister, when it comes to the new BJP, optics assume great significance, messaging assumes great significance. After this, as you said, the Prime Minister will be at the War Memorial, and certainly it's the historicity of the event that is being underlined by the Prime Minister here. After all, it's the 3rd term for the Prime Minister, whether it's a coalition government or not. The fact is that the Prime Minister is taking oath for a historic 3rd time. The only non-Congress Prime Minister, and the first time since 1962 that you have a Prime Minister taking oath for a consecutive 3rd time. And in the evening as well, you will see that message being conveyed very prominently.
Right, Vedant. In fact, like you mentioned, when we'd spoken to Naru Lokesh as well, who is Chandrababu Naidu's son, he did mention that, the TDP as well as several of the allies are expecting to maintain the kind of rapport that the NDA had during the time of Vajpayee with the allies. So that's an interesting, bit where they're trying to recreate that sort of atmosphere within the NDA.
Yes, to some extent. Because as I said, with the coalition politics returning after almost a decade, you will see in the coming days, coming months as well, a lot of parallels being drawn to what the NDA was like under the Vajpayee regime. So yes, you have Mr. Rajnath Singh also taking center stage as far as negotiations with the allies are concerned, because he is somebody who was a minister in the Vajpayee government. He is somebody who's worked closely with the allies. So yes, certainly an attempt to move away in a sense from how the BJP has functioned. Though we must not forget that the BJP still has the numbers. The BJP still has 240 MPs with it. So it is negotiating from a position of strength, and that's what BJP sources also tell us, that the BJP is extremely confident about that strong position that it has in the parliament, owing to its 240 MPs. So that also we must not forget. While it might be convenient to draw parallels with the Vajpayee regime, the fact of the matter is that this time around the BJP does have a lot more numbers. It is a stable. It's going to be a stable government. It's a mandate for stability. It's a mandate for continuity. So that's something that we must not forget. Though, of course, as I said earlier as well, allies are going to be front and center, whether it was at the parliamentary meet or at the swearing-in ceremony. What I'm also being told is now is that the Prime Minister has perhaps reached the War Memorial, where he's paying his respects to our fallen soldiers. So, of course, from Raj Ghat to the Sadaiv Atal Memorial to the National War Memorial, extremely significant. And this is convention, as I said, that we've seen in the past as well.
Right, Vedant, stay on with us. The Prime Minister at the National War Memorial as well. We'll get those visuals for you shortly. But these are visuals of the Prime Minister at Raj Ghat and Sadaiv Atal as well. Vedant, now in terms of, like you said, the allies this time around are front and center. So that means that the NDA will have to ensure that they strike a balance in terms of portfolios. Like you mentioned, there are certain portfolios that the BJP will keep for itself, which includes the speaker post as well, according to sources. And but they will still have to maintain a balance in terms of their allies, because some of the allies are vying for the same sort of ministries.
Well, yes, and remember, both Nitish Kumar and Chandrababu Naidu are veteran politicians, especially when it comes to coalition politics. They've both sort of been in coalition governments in the past as well. So, of course, the negotiations are hectic. In fact, yesterday as well, what I'm being told is that a meeting went on for about 11 hours at the Prime Minister's residence, and then subsequently at Amit Shah's residence as well. Mr. JP Nadda, BL Santosh, and top leaders of the BJP were present at that meeting. So hectic backroom negotiations taking place is what we can confirm. And what I can say with certainty is that the infra ministries as well as the CCS ministries, the top four portfolios, including Home, Defence, External Affairs and Finance, the BJP is unlikely to concede. And you spoke of the Speaker's chair. Well, the Speaker's role becomes extremely critical when it comes to a coalition government, especially the kind of parliamentary politics that we've seen in the past 5 years, particularly with back-to-back disruptions and the parliament really not functioning smoothly and not much business being done. In such a scenario, the Speaker's role becomes extremely critical. Who's going to be suspended? Who's going to be disqualified? All of that becomes extremely crucial. So it's unlikely that the BJP will concede the Speaker's chair to the TDP. Of course, there was a lot of buzz that, given the fact that Mr. GMC Balayogi has been a speaker, he has been, of the TDP, he has been a speaker of the Lok Sabha, which is why the TDP is eyeing the Speaker's chair. But what sources indicate is that the BJP would like its own trusted man to be the Speaker of the 18th Lok Sabha. So all of that will be clear in the days to come. And by tonight, of course, it will certainly be clear what the top four portfolios are, whether there's going to be status quo in the Raisina ministries or whether there's going to be a major overhaul. The latter is unlikely because, as I said, the infra ministries and the CCS ministries, the BJP will keep for itself, and one ministerial berth each for the JDU and the TDP is something that we can confirm, and for the other allies also, because it's not just about the TDP and the JDU but the smaller allies as well.
Thank you, Vedant, for joining us and bringing us those details. Ahead of the swearing-in ceremony, Prime Minister at Raj Ghat and Sedevatal, he has now reached the National War Memorial. We'll bring you the visuals of those shortly. For now, we take a short break.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Finally, I'm here. Finally, this is the time जहाँ पे मैं आपके सवालों के जवाब देता हूँ. In this section, which happens to be my favorite as well, and it's called Ask TG. Let's see इस week हमारे पास में कौन से सवाल हैं. To be honest, in Android TV, we don't have any such features जहाँ पे आपको live जो सामने speech आ रहा है उसके captions screen पे दिखाई दे जाएं. We are expecting this feature to come कभी भी जब Google इसको unveil करता है, but as of now we don't have it. Samsung, however, in their latest AI TVs जो Samsung ने launch किए थे, उसमें demonstrated that how using AI they were able to put some captions for the text. जो भी dialogues या जो भी speech television में उस time पे है वो सामने
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get out. Stay informed and
tribute to Mahatma Gandhi at Raj Ghat and then headed to Sedev Adal to pay tribute to Atal Bihari Vajpayee as well. We're learning that he's at the National War Memorial as of now, paying tribute to our fallen soldiers. Remember, like my colleagues stated earlier as well, this is all about the messaging for the NDA right ahead of the swearing-in ceremony. Remember, the allies are also expecting to maintain a sort of rapport between in the NDA like that was existent at the time of Vajpayee. The Prime Minister's swearing-in will take place around this evening at around 7 p.m. is what we're learning. Sources also telling us that not all ministers are going to be sworn in today. Around 30 ministers are going to be sworn in. But interestingly, we're also learning from sources that not just cabinet but MOS independent charge ministers are also going to be sworn in today. That includes not just BJP ministers but ally ministers from the allies as well who will be sworn in today. Of course, we have gotten details of what we can expect in terms of what allies are getting. Sources are telling us that the JDU is likely to get one cabinet berth and one MOS position. The same goes for the TDP as well. Remember, both the JDU and the TDP are key allies for the BJP. Now, RLD and Apna Dal also were expecting to get one MOS position. The BJP is unlikely to concede a top 4 portfolios and the speaker's chair. Remember, the TDP did ask for the speaker post, but sources telling us the BJP is not likely to give up the speaker post and the top 4 portfolios. Of course, we'll have to wait until this evening to figure out which of the portfolios that would be discharged off to allies. But we're also learning that there are several ministers with many portfolios under their name. So that is bound to be split up is what we're learning, as there are more leaders who would demand those ministries. So Ministry of MOS Job, and education, perhaps, according to what sources are telling us, would likely be split up to other allies. And of course, we're learning with 240 MPs, the BJP is negotiating from a position of strength. It is still their mandate, but they are reliant on the allies as well. So it was about maintaining a balance this time around for the NDA for this time around. Now, of course, coming to that, the NDA leaders are expecting to maintain the same rapport between the allies ahead of the swearing-in that was existent during the time of Vajpayee. Now, of course, the Prime Minister did mention in his speech at the Parliament that consensus is the key when it comes to running a coalition government. Now, consensus, of course, he speaks about it on several issues between the allies. Now, we saw the speech that Nitish Kumar and Chandrababu Naidu gave in the Parliament as well. They did say that the allies are giving their full support to the Prime Minister. There is no expectant rift when it comes to the NDA. There we see the Defence Minister Rajnath Singh as well as Prime Minister at the National War Memorial. Now, of course, we're learning that the Prime Minister is at the National War Memorial paying tribute to fallen soldiers. Around this evening, we're going to be seeing the swearing-in ceremony, which is going to be attended by several top dignitaries, including 6 heads of state. Now, we are learning that Bangladesh Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina is already in Delhi, along with several of the other leaders, which includes the President of Maldives, as well as Prime Ministers of Nepal and Bhutan as well, and the Seychelles as well. This is the Prime Minister at the National War Memorial paying respects to fallen soldiers. Remember, this is part of tradition ahead of the swearing-in ceremony for the Prime Minister. He heads on to the National War Memorial where he pays tribute, and there's a moment of silence that's observed at the National War Memorial as well. This, of course, comes right ahead of the swearing-in ceremony, which is a historic one. Although the Prime Minister is following tradition, this particular term, the third term that the Prime Minister will be sworn in for, is interesting, as of course it's a historic mandate for the Prime Minister, for the NDA, but not just that, it's also bringing in coalition politics again, especially as the NDA now relies on its allies, key allies, of course, the JDU and TDP, as well as the other allies, the RLD, the Apna Dal, and several other parties as well. The Prime Minister there at the National War Memorial, as you can see, he's paying respects to fallen soldiers. This comes ahead of the swearing-in ceremony that is set to take place this evening. In terms of people who are going to be in attendance in the swearing-in ceremony, the Congress, however, did not confirm if they would be attending the swearing-in ceremony. The TMC, of course, saying they did not get an invite to attend the swearing-in ceremony. Remember, earlier the Prime Minister was at Raj Ghat and Sedev Atal. He paid respects to Mahatma Gandhi as well as Atal Bihari Vajpayee as well. Prime Minister paying respects to the fallen soldiers at the National War Memorial. A moment of silence will also be observed by the leaders there. He's also being accompanied by Rajnath Singh at the National War Memorial, who's the outgoing Defence Minister. Prime Minister there having paid respect to fallen soldiers at the National War Memorial ahead of the swearing-in ceremony. They did maintain a minute of silence there as well for the martyrs. He is going to be sworn in for the third time around this evening as the Prime Minister. Remember, the NDA has to maintain a balance between its allies and the BJP as well in terms of portfolio distribution. We are learning that there have been some decisions that have been made, but meetings are still underway in terms of deciding on the final portfolios. Sources also telling us that not all 30 leaders will be sworn in today. I beg your pardon, not all leaders of the cabinet will be sworn in today, but just 30 leaders, which includes both BJP as well as ally ministers as well. We're also learning that some of the ministries are going to be split up, wherein one minister who has several ministries under his jurisdiction will then be discharging those duties to another minister, is what we're learning from our sources. Nikuj Garg joins us with more details. Nikuj, now as per tradition, the Prime Minister having visited Raj Ghat, Saidev Atal and the National War Memorial, but nothing mundane about this mandate for the Prime Minister.
Well, this is the beginning of a new term for him. I mean, I'm quite sure, as bulk of his supporters are, or most of his supporters are, he would also be an excited man. He would be excited about the fact that, at least from his own point of view, there would be many more reasons and many more seasons when he would want that the ideas that he has for this country, or the ideas that many of the past leaders of the BJP have espoused for this country, for India, will come to fruition. In his own mind, I'm quite sure he would also have been quite convinced that in the last 1 decade, he has completed many of those dreams for the people of India. And he has taken nation on the path of progress. And as, if I'm not wrong, the Prime Minister is currently at the War Memorial. War Memorial is a place that his government, that is the number 2 government, Narendra Modi 2 government, constructed. And they even moved the traditional Amar Jawan Jyoti, the eternal light that was at India Gate, to that War Memorial. So it's a place where he has a higher sense of belonging, I would say, courtesy the fact that it came to being through the endeavors of his government, his own thought. And of course, many people would have thought otherwise. Many people would have also thought that moving the Amar Jawan Jyoti from India Gate was not proper. And probably they could have just started the new War Memorial or the place without removing that Amar Jawan Jyoti flame from India Gate, which was established by the former Prime Minister, late Prime Minister Mrs. Indira Gandhi, after our victory, comprehensive victory over Pakistan during the 1971 war.
Right. Thank you, Nikunj, for joining us and putting that into context. I'm also being joined by Vishnu Som. Vishnu, the Prime Minister at National War Memorial after having visited Raj Ghat and Saidev Atal. Of course, there is subtle messaging when it comes to these traditions that the NDA government has been following.
Well, I think this is it's a poignant moment for the armed forces. It is for the Prime Minister, as he is at the National War Memorial over there. It is a time to remember the sacrifices of India's armed forces. It is time to remember that a strong national defense policy is something that this government is focused on to a great extent. So he's there. I can see the Air Force Vice Chief. I can see he's there with the new Navy Chief, and he's laying a wreath of honor over there, remembering soldiers. It is also important to understand that this is a priority, and I suppose if there is any signaling that has to be sent, it is that a strong defense forces is a big priority. Strong defense forces are a priority for the Prime Minister. In fact, he has spoken quite recently about the importance of Atmanirbharta in the armed forces. The development of weaponry in India, that would be a huge priority. He has repeatedly said India faces huge security concerns, whether it is from Pakistan, certainly from China along the line of actual control, certainly a new series of threats in the Indian Ocean region. In fact, if you look at the choice of leaders who've been called who've been invited to Delhi to be a part of the swearing-in ceremony, they're all from either Indian Ocean Rim nation leaders or leaders from Nepal and Bhutan, Sri Lanka, the Maldives. These are all nations where there is an active Chinese presence. This is something which New Delhi is acutely aware of, and something that New Delhi wants to, in a sense, counter. The armed forces are, of course, the blunt end of the effort in trying to counter any such thing. But obviously, it is important for the Prime Minister to pay his respects over here as one of the symbolic aspects of the day. Remember, this evening, he will be sworn in for the third time as Prime Minister of India.
Right. Thank you, Vishnu, for joining us and bringing us those details and that context into the Prime Minister's visit to the War Memorial ahead of the swearing-in ceremony. We'll bring you more on these stories. For now, a short break.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Prime Minister Modi pays tribute to fallen soldiers at the National War Memorial ahead of the swearing-in ceremony this evening.
This is a Samsung phone और इसमें Android है. You know what happened? सबसे पहले अगर हम जाएं थोड़ा सा पीछे अगर हम rewind करें about the history of Android. Well guys, the creators of Android जब उन्होंने बना लिया ये operating system, they went to Samsung because they wanted कि Samsung उस Android को खरीद ले. So they all went to Seoul in South Korea. They met with the Samsung people, but Samsung was not that impressed. And Samsung said no. और उसके बाद क्या हुआ? Just weeks later, Google in fact bought Android for $50 million. Imagine करो अगर Samsung ने उस टाइम पे Android खरीद लिया होता, would have been the case that Android would have been Samsung's own exclusive operating system. Like today we see how Samsung is the king of Android. They basically rule the Android market. But वो एक ना आज कैसे मोबाइल हिस्ट्री को पूरा बदल चुकी है. It's all for you. Did you know this? If yes, then amazing. If no, then please let me know by writing all your emails to tg@ndtv.com.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
The historic swearing in. Prime Minister Modi takes oath for the third time. The new NDA government takes charge for the third straight term.
देश चलाने के लिए सर्वमत बहुत जरूरी होता है.
The Modi cabinet. Who will get what? All the news and top newsmakers. Mega ceremony, mega coverage. All day on NDTV.
Let me give you a quick recap and let's discuss about how Sony used some brilliant marketing back in the 90s for its PlayStation. See, आज PlayStation बहुत ज़्यादा popular है, ये हम सभी जानते हैं. Almost globally it's very popular. Games हों या consoles हों, काफ़ी ज़्यादा लोग इनको use करते हैं. But back in the days, back in the 90s, while Sony was trying to establish its PlayStation lineup, काफ़ी interesting marketing को Sony ने use किया था. जी हाँ, I'm talking about the very
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
Stage is set for Modi 3.0. In fact, Prime Minister Narendra Modi is all set to take oath as the Prime Minister of the country for the third time. The cabinet is going to be sworn in today. So big day has begun with the Prime Minister visiting the resting place of Mahatma Gandhi, Raj Ghat. Of course, also Sadaiv Atal, which is the resting place of former Prime Minister Atal Bihari Vajpayee, and also the National War Memorial that was built to honor the sacrifices of the soldiers of India. Let's go to the headlines first. Prime Minister Narendra Modi visits Raj Ghat and Sadaiv Atal, which is a samadhi of Atal Bihari Vajpayee, and also National War Memorial. Modi 3.0 oath-taking ceremony today. The swearing-in ceremony is all set to be held today. Mega preparations, tight security in New Delhi. Modi's cabinet of consensus. NDTV brings you all the exclusives. Sources have said that TDP, JDU likely to get one cabinet berth each. Gents RLD, Apna Dal could get one MOS position each. Full cabinet is unlikely to be sworn in on Sunday. Congress is yet to take decision on attending the oath-taking ceremony of the Prime Minister. TMC says it has not been invited to the ceremony. TMC is to skip Modi 3.0 swearing-in ceremony. DMK's important meeting today to mull state exemption from NEET. This big decision by Uttar Pradesh government, UP, to bring in a law dealing with cheating during exams. It's a big day for the country today. Modi 3.0 set to begin. Oath-taking ceremony of the Prime Minister Narendra Modi. In fact, Mr. Modi is all set to take oath as the Prime Minister of the country for the third time. In fact, his entire cabinet is likely to be sworn in. Of course, what we hear is that the entire cabinet may not get sworn in today. Some members would be and some members would take oath later is what we hear. Narendra Modi, meanwhile, has started the day by paying honours to Mahatma Gandhi, the father of the nation, Atal Bihari Vajpayee. also former Prime Minister. He has visited Sadaiv Atal, which is the resting place memorial built in the honor of Atal Bihari Vajpayee. He was also at Raj Ghat, the resting place of Mahatma Gandhi. He also visited the National War Memorial that was inaugurated in 2019 by the Modi government to pay honors to all the soldiers, 25,000 soldiers who have sacrificed their lives in various armed conflicts in independent India. I have my colleague Tanushka joining us with more details on this. Tanushka, you know, the whole symbolic value attached to the Prime Minister's visit to all these places, Sadaiv Atal and of course Raj Ghat and National War Memorial, is huge, especially given today is also a big day for him, for the country. How do you see this?
Today is the D-Day, as you rightly mentioned, for the Bharatiya Janata Party, for the NDA alliance, as well as for the people of this country who have given their mandate and elected in Mr. Narendra Modi as their chosen Prime Minister. With the aim of, you know, the government formation of expediting this process, we've seen marathon meetings through the week with government discussions with top senior leaders, the top brass of the Bharatiya Janata Party, and is of course not to forget the main people, the important allies this time, forming the coalition government. And most of these negotiation talks, the epicenter of all these discussions has been the residence that I am standing outside of right now. I'm standing right outside National BJP President Jagat Prakash Nadda's residence, where even today a lot of important faces are expected to walk in and walk out. And the security arrangements across on Motilal Nehru Marg, even Akbar Road, is very tight. The police forces, you know, cordon off the roads as and when an important figure comes into the area. These barricades are here for that reason. And traffic management is on at this place, which is expected to go on throughout the day. The people that you see behind me right now to this side are people who have come in from Jaipur. These are cooks who have come in from Jaipur for the dinner party that JP Nadda is supposed to hold after the oath-taking ceremony, which is to happen at 7:15 p.m. this evening. So a lot of arrangements going on out here, and I will be tracking for you who all come in and come out of JP Nadda's residence through the day. Back to you.
Well, also, Tanushka, tell us about the meetings that could be scheduled today. I know it's difficult because this is a KG government, but I hear that calls have started going in. What could be expected today?
Well, that's something that we really need to await through the day, as in when, you know, a lot of more people walk into this area. I'll be able to tell you better as to who all are expected to walk into the residence today for these important meetings. But definitely top brass of the BJP is expected, and allies could also be expected at the residence.
Right. Thank you, Tanushka, for joining us with those details. Moving on, today, of course, the swearing-in ceremony of the third Modi cabinet is going to take place today evening. The Prime Minister is all set to take oath at 7:15 p.m. The event could start around 6:30 is what we hear. Lots of dignitaries have been called, which includes Asia's first loco pilot, several people from different fields of life. We also have people from different foreign countries. Heads of at least 7 countries have been called. SAARC nations have been called. 45 ministers were sworn in 2014. The number was around 57 in 2019. What's interesting is that while this is the third consecutive victory for Narendra Modi and for the NDA, this time the BJP is dependent around allies to reach the majority mark of 272. It is in fact largely dependent on the 16 MPs of TDP and also 12 MPs of JDU. TDP could be getting 2 portfolios, it is what we hear, and JDU of course 2. TDP has also said that it will not bargain hard with the Modi ministry, with Narendra Modi, and will be looking at prospects for state, is what we hear. NDTV is bringing you exclusives on the new cabinet. In fact, the complete cabinet is likely not to be sworn in today. Nearly 30 ministers could be taking oath today, is what we hear. Those are the visuals of the big NDA meet that happened on Thursday, and of course, that is on Friday, and that is the Prime Minister talking to Chandrababu Naidu, Nitish Kumar, and of course Amit Shah. What we hear is that the TDP could have sent the names of 2 MPs, Pemasani Chandrasekhar and of course Ram Mohan Naidu. Ram Mohan Naidu is a 3-term MP. Pemasani Chandrasekhar is of course the Guntur MP, also the richest candidate. The TDP wants to focus on state is what we hear. Narendra Modi government is known to not really cede a lot of space to allies because it's known to have majority governments on its own. This is for the first time that it has fallen short of majority. It's dependent on allies, but in the last 3 days there have been several meetings between NDA leaders, between the top BJP leadership and also the leaders of TDP, JDS, Apna Dal, RLD and TDP. And what we hear from our sources is that the negotiations have gotten through. Calls have been made, in fact, last night to probable prospective ministers. The Prime Minister is expected to start meeting all the probables today at 9 o'clock. And of course, the swearing in, they've been called to the Rashtrapati Bhavan around 5:30 to 6, and 7:15 is the oath-taking ceremony is what we hear from sources. Nearly 30 ministers could be sworn in today is also what we hear from sources. Remember, 45 ministers were sworn in 2014, 57 in 2019. Narendra Modi government is always known to be leaner than the governments of the past, including Atal Bihari Vajpayee that had 71 ministers, and of course Mr. Manmohan Singh, who had about 78 ministers. I have my colleague Aishwarya, who has been tracking the TDP very closely. Aishwarya, what I hear from my TDP sources is that the Guntur MP, Pemasani Chandrasekhar, and Ram Mohan Naidu, the only TDP MP this time with a lot of experience, 3-term MP, could be given, could make their way into the Modi cabinet. Tell us, what are you hearing from TDP? Because there have been several discussions within the party. This is also a new TDP that will have to work hard to negotiate its way within the politics of Delhi. What is the party thinking?
Well, Vasudha, throughout the day, now we will hear those confirmation and the tweets coming in of the congratulations to those MPs who will be inducted in Modi Cabinet 3.0. And the first tweet, of course, had come forward this morning from Jaydev Galla. He's congratulating Mr. Pemasani, Chandrasekhar Pemasani, and stated on social media X that he congratulates him on being the Minister of State. Such an honor to serve the nation at the central level during your first political stint. Remember, he's a first-time MP, and the people of Guntur and entire Andhra Pradesh is proud of you. All the best for your new role, and may you bring positive changes and meaningful impact. That's the tweet by Jaydev Galla for Mr. Chandrasekhar Pemasani, who will be inducted as Minister of State. The confirmation coming in. Of course, the second name which is also doing the rounds, of course, of Ram Mohan Naidu, 3-time MP from Andhra Pradesh and very close of Chandrababu Naidu, one of the favorites, if we call and the first name, of course, was given by the TDP to the BJP was of Ram Mohan Naidu itself. So these 2 names already had been confirmed. We have been telling since morning that it would be, 2 from the major alliance TDP, certainly 16 MPs is something that the Telugu Desam party had won this time in the recent elections, emerged as the second single largest party for the NDA. Apart from it, Rajiv Ranjan from the JDU, the third single largest party of the NDA, which have 12 member of parliamentarians in their kitty. They will have, of course, Rajiv Ranjan MP from Munger in Bihar likely to be in the cabinet, and Raj Sabha MP, Ramnath Thakur, his names is also doing the round. He could be also likely to be inducted in MOS. That's all the information that we are getting, apart from the alliance members. Chirag Paswan, of course, from the LJP. Apna Dal can get one certificate. HD Kumaraswamy from the JDS can also be inducted in the Modi Cabinet 3.0. But as we were discussing since yesterday, this is to be a sleek cabinet formation, and the extension could have more names when the Modi cabinet will expand later. So certainly from Telugu Desam party, these 2 names had been confirmed, and certainly we will be getting to hear more in the upcoming day as well.
Well, Aishwarya, let me also remind our viewers that CS Pemasani is a doctor by training. He's also the richest candidate that the TDP has. He's a first-term MP and he's around 48 years old, whereas Ram Mohan Naidu is a man with a lot of experience, but he's just 36 years old. His father, of course, was also one of the important members of the TDP, a senior minister, also a union minister. His uncle also is with the TDP, also at a senior position. Tell us about both of these people, Ram Mohan Naidu and also Pemasani Chandrasekhar. Ram Mohan Naidu especially is considered close to Chandrababu Naidu.
Well, certainly, and a very active politician indeed. In last 10 years, we have seen him in Parliament representing the Telugu Desam Party and, raising voice for Andhra Pradesh time and again. Remember, he was the one who stood up against the government and, demanded the special status in the Parliament, raised that voice as well. We have seen him in the national capital while, Chandrababu Naidu sat down on that dharna at the Andhra Bhavan, and he was the one who was leading the entire protest in the national capital. Remember, he is third time MP this time, won with a major majority of votes from his constituency, and also, coming from a background which had a lot of, political history. His father was former union minister, and certainly it is also, Ram Mohan Naidu, who is termed to be a very close associate of Chandrababu Naidu. A voice for him in the national capital is something that we call him generally. And of course, the second name, Pemasani Chandrasekhar, first time MP, and he is also having, as you mentioned, a doctor background. So clearly, this cabinet, as you were mentioning as well, will have a mix of the backgrounds that the Modi cabinet would like to induct in different ministries as well, bureaucrats to doctors to teachers to, from different fields. Of course, Prime Minister has chosen them in the past as well in Cabinet 2.0 and Cabinet 1 when in 2014 Prime Minister took the oath. So this would be also a certain mix of the cabinet that we are expecting, but certainly from Andhra Pradesh, as Nara Lokesh told to NDTV, that they will not bargain for the post, but they will bargain for the funds, and that's the first priority that they will have from the center. They need a huge cooperation as far as funds release is concerned, and therefore the reason perhaps whatever they will get, however they will be accommodated in Modi Cabinet 3.0, the first most priority would be to get funds for the state to get special status.
Right. Thank you, Aishwarya. We'll keep coming back to you for all those details. TDP playing an important role, and the first confirmations are coming our way from this party. Jaydev Galla, TDP leader, also former MP who this time opted out of politics. He's the former Guntur MP who is congratulating the present Guntur MP on being confirmed as Minister of State. Pemasani Chandrasekhar, a doctor by training, 48 years old, one of the young faces. In fact, TDP has gone with young faces this time. TDP has, except one, all new faces in the parliament this time. Jaydev Galla has tweeted, has posted on X, congratulations to Dr. Pemasani on being confirmed as Minister of State. Such an honor to serve the nation at the central level during your very first political stint. The people of Guntur and entire Andhra Pradesh are proud of you. All the best for your new role. May you bring positive changes and make a meaningful impact. That's what Jaydev Galla has tweeted. He's a former Guntur MP, congratulating the Guntur MP this time, Pemasani Chandrasekhar, in some way confirming that he has gotten that call, that important call from the PMO. Jaydev Galla has also congratulated Ram Mohan Naidu, a three-term MP who has been the floor leader of the TDP. He is in fact the only TDP MP with experience this time. His father was also part of the TDP government earlier. He is just 36 years old, and Jaydev Galla has posted on X, and I quote, "Congratulations to my young friend Ram Mohan Naidu on being confirmed as a cabinet minister in the new NDA government. Your sincerity and humble nature will surely be an asset to the development of the country. Wishing you all the best in your new role." That's Jaydev Galla congratulating the Srikakulam MP Ram Mohan Naidu, who in his third term has become a cabinet minister at the age of 36. Of course, he's still not become the cabinet minister. TDP confirming that these are the two names. Moving on, preparations for the mega grand ceremony are currently underway at the Rashtrapati Bhavan. This is Modi 3.0's oath-taking ceremony that's all set to take place at 7:15 p.m. today evening. There's of course a high security alert in the national capital. The event is likely to be attended by thousands of dignitaries. In 2014 and 2019, there were at least 7,000 guests who were called for this event. Today's event will also see the presence of foreign dignitaries. 6 heads of state, SAARC nations, are expected to attend this swearing-in ceremony, high-profile oath-taking ceremony of Narendra Modi, who is going to be sworn in as the Prime Minister of the country for the third time. Leaders such as Sheikh Hasina have already arrived. My colleague Ishika brings us this report. Okay, we'll get to that in a bit. That is Sheikh Hasina arriving in India for the grand oath-taking ceremony. The Prime Minister of Bangladesh, who won a big term a few months ago. The other heads of countries like Maldives and Sri Lanka and Nepal are also expected to attend today's event. Time for a short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Power. Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India, one world hygiene.
Even as preparations are underway for the grand oath-taking ceremony today evening at the Rashtrapati Bhavan, where Narendra Modi is expected to take oath for the third time as the Prime Minister of the country along with his cabinet members, there is speculation as to if the opposition will attend the swearing-in ceremony or not. In fact, there's a lot of buzz over the Congress party. Sonia Gandhi at the CWC meet yesterday said that there has been no invite to the party yet. Will India bloc attend Prime Minister Narendra Modi's oath-taking ceremony or not remains quite a question. I have my colleague Sunil Prabhu joining us with more details on this story. We will get to Sunil Prabhu in a bit. Remember, today is the grand oath-taking ceremony of the Prime Minister. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is expected to take oath at 7:30 p.m. today. Sunil Prabhu joins us. Sunil, tell us what can we expect from the Congress party? They have been part of Narendra Modi's oath-taking ceremonies in the past, but this year seems to be a little tricky. What are the concerns that the Congress party has, despite the Congress party actually performing better than 2014 and 2019 this time?
Well, the only thing is that they say is that they haven't got an invitation. So I don't know whether Rashtrapati Bhavan has actually sent that invitation to the India Congress leaders. They have their position has been that we will take a decision with the India bloc. We have already seen Mamata Banerjee say no to the invitation of going. She also said that there has been no invitation. They've only invited invitation letters, and we had yet to get a confirmation whether that invitation letter has been sent to the opposition. Usually, and I've covered swearing-in ceremonies from probably 25, 30 years. Every time the opposition have been invited, and they have been part of that swearing-in ceremony, even though it wouldn't be as grand as it has been since 2014 in the four courts. So it's going to be interesting to see whether the opposition stays away. But unlikely, they'll wait for that invitation and then take a call once that formal invitation is sent to them to participate in the swearing-in ceremony.
Right. Thank you, Sunil Prabhu, for joining us with those details. There is no clarity on if Congress party will take part in this oath-taking ceremony today. It's also because they say that the Rashtrapati Bhavan has not sent the party the invite this time. Moving on to another opposition party, Trinamool Congress, however, has made it clear that it will not be attending Narendra Modi's swearing-in ceremony today. Narendra Modi is all set to take oath as the Prime Minister of the country for the third time today evening at 7:15 p.m. Mamata Banerjee, the Chief Minister of West Bengal and also the chief of TMC has said, and I quote, "We have not received an invite for the swearing-in ceremony and we will not go. TMC will not attend Modi cabinet swearing-in process." That's what Mamata Banerjee has said, saying that she did not receive any invite for the swearing-in ceremony.
না এসছে না যাবে আমি তো বলেই দিয়েছি দেশের মানুষকে কাল শুভকামনা জানাবো দেশের মানুষদের ভোট দেয়নি বলে
KC Tyagi, JDU leader, has also reacted to this. Let's listen in to what he said. Okay. So, Janata Dal MP Sanjay Jha, a confidant of party president and Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar, on Saturday junked his party spokesperson KC Tyagi's claim that the opposition India bloc had proposed to make Nitish Kumar its prime ministerial choice after the Lok Sabha poll result. Mr. Tyagi earlier created a stir with his claim that Nitish Kumar was offered the prime ministerial post if he broke alliance with the BJP. The JDU, however, rejected the proposal and endorsed Narendra Modi as the next prime minister, he said. Hours later, Sanjay Jha of the JDU, also seen as a trusted confidant of Nitish Kumar, rejected the assertion of the seasoned leader KC Tyagi of his own party and said that there was no truth to the claims that Mr. Tyagi made.
हमारी पार्टी को इस बारे में कोई जानकारी नहीं है और न ही मुख्यमंत्री जी को ये सब बात पता है। मैं स्पष्ट कर देना चाहता हूं, न नीतीश कुमार जी को ये कोई जानकारी है, न हमारे पार्टी को ऐसी कोई जानकारी है, न हम लोगों के जानकारी में ऐसी कोई बात है। उन्होंने कहा भी कि हम लोग पूरी तरह से नरेंद्र मोदी जी के साथ, एनडीए गठबंधन के साथ, और वो प्रधानमंत्री बने, उनके प्रपोजर है, राष्ट्रपति भवन जाकर के दिए और पूरी तरह साथ है, और इस बात की हम लोगों को कोई जानकारी नहीं।
Moving on, my colleague Ravish earlier spoke to KC Tyagi, who says India bloc was offering Nitish Kumar the post of the PM. The statement of KC Tyagi that has created quite a flutter and in some ways has been dismissed by his own party colleague. Let's first listen into what KC Tyagi told my colleague.
अभी बड़ी चर्चा चल रही है कि नीतीश कुमार जी को कई तरह के ऑफर मिल रहे हैं। क्या अभी भी इफ एंड बट कोई है क्या?
कल के प्रधानमंत्री के भाषण के बाद और नीतीश कुमार जी ने जिस तरह से उनके नाम का अनुमोदन किया है, इन सभी अफवाहों पर, चर्चाओं पर विराम लग चुका है। और ये विराम तो काफ़ी पहले लग चुका था, जब हम एनडीए में शामिल हुए थे। जो बर्ताव कांग्रेस पार्टी और उनकी सहयोगी पार्टियों का हमारे दल के और नेता के साथ हुआ, उसी से क्षुब्ध होकर के हम लोगों ने अलग राह पकड़ी। अब जो लोग नीतीश कुमार जी को संयोजक के योग नहीं पा रहे थे, अब वो प्रधानमंत्री की ऑफर दे रहे हैं। यद्यपि ऐसे तमाम प्रस्तावों को जनता दल और हम रिजेक्ट कर चुके।
अच्छा सर, अभी तक जिस तरीके की बातचीत हुई है, कल भी अमित शाह, जेपी नड्डा से नीतीश कुमार की बातचीत हुई। आप लोगों की क्या कोई मंत्रालय या बिहार को विशेष दर्जा देने की मांग को लेकर क्या आप लोगों की कोई बातचीत हुई है?
नहीं, बिहार को विशेष राज्य का दर्जा ये कोई आज की मांग नहीं है। जब 2005 में एनडीए की सरकार नीतीश जी के नेतृत्व में बनी थी, उस समय स्वर्गीय सुशील मोदी जी भी डिप्टी चीफ मिनिस्टर थे, तब से मांग चल रही है। इसको लेकर दिल्ली में प्रदर्शन भी और जुलूस भी हम लोगों ने निकाले हैं, और एनडीए में भी और यूपीए में भी, दोनों में हमने मांग उठाई है। बिहार के विभाजन के बाद सारे संसाधन, कोल माइंस सब झारखंड में चली गई। बिहार में बेरोजगारी, पलायन और गरीबी रह गई। बिहार का उत्थान तब तक हो ही नहीं सकता है जब तक उसे विशेष राज्य का दर्जा ना दिया जाए। 15वें वित्त आयोग के सामने भी हमने ये प्रस्ताव रखे थे जो मंजूर नहीं हुए, और अब हमारी मन मर्जी की सरकार दिल्ली में बनी है, तो हमारी इच्छा और अपेक्षाएं हैं बिहार को विशेष राज्य का दर्जा मिले, जिसका संकेत कल नीतीश कुमार जी ने अपने वक्तों में भी किया था।
Time for a short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV news app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
The historic swearing in. Prime Minister Modi takes oath for the third time. The new NDA government takes charge for the third straight term.
देश चलाने के लिए सर्वमत बहुत जरूरी होता है।
The Modi cabinet. Who will get what? All the news and top newsmakers. Mega ceremony, mega coverage. All day on NDTV.
Life is anyway quite easy these days because हमको वो कैश कैरी नहीं करना पड़ता है. We can make the payments just using UPI. हमारे फोन से इंस्टेंट एक QR स्कैन करके हम पेमेंट कर देते हैं. बट द क्वेश्चन इज कि अगर आपके पास में आपका वॉलेट नहीं है और आप UPI के भरोसे घर से निकल गए, लेट्स से यू डोंट गेट इंटरनेट सिग्नल एज वेल. समटाइम्स ऐसा होता है और आपको अगर वहां पे UPI से पेमेंट करना है, हाउ वुड यू डू इट? Guys, the simple answer is कि आप बिना इंटरनेट के भी UPI से पेमेंट्स कर सकते हैं if you just follow the following instructions. सबसे पहले आपको आपके फोन से डायल करना है *99#. जी हाँ, ये कुछ ऐसा ही है जो पहले हम डायल करते थे *123#, *121#, for all our balance check inquiries. तो जब आप इस नंबर को डायल करते हैं उसके बाद you can follow the prompts और आप जिसको भी पैसा भेजना चाहते हैं उसका UPI ID या फिर मोबाइल नंबर एंटर करने के बाद अपना UPI पिन साथ में ऐड करके पेमेंट कर सकते हैं even while you are offline. It simply means that it's functional and it's secure as well क्योंकि आपको आपका UPI पिन यूज करना होता है. So next time you're in the mountains, next time you are stuck somewhere with no internet and you want to make an payment कहीं पे भी, तो आप कर सकते हैं with the help of offline technique जो मैंने आपको बताया. टिप इज वेरी यूजफुल, याद कर लो इसको, कभी ना कभी जरूर काम आएगी. तो फ्रेंड्स, अभी टाइम आ गया है फॉर मी टू आंसर ऑल द क्वेश्चंस जो आपने पूछे थे इन दिस सेगमेंट व्हिच इज आस्क टीजी, वन ऑफ माय पर्सनल फेवरेट्स बिकॉज मजा आता है आपसे बात करने में. थोड़ा सा
Welcome back. It's day for Modi 3.0 to start beginning. It's a big day for the country, for Narendra Modi. Narendra Modi is all set to take oath as the Prime Minister of the country for the third term. Remember, this is the first time that the Modi-led BJP does not have majority of its own, but it has, of course, it's the single largest party with 240 MPs. But of course, it depends on TDP and JDU for to reach the majority mark of 272. What we hear is that there have been extensive consultations in the last 3 days over the final shape of the Modi cabinet. Modi cabinet 3.0 is all set to take shape today evening. Prime Minister is going to take oath at 7:15 p.m. today evening. Those are the visuals of the NDA meet that took place on Friday, and that's Nitish Kumar. JDU and TDP will play an important role. What we hear is with 240 MPs, the BJP is speaking from a position of power and confidence. It will not be giving away any of the top portfolios, the CCS portfolios, to any of its allies. But it is, of course, it's likely to retain top 4 ministries. We have some breaking news for you. More confirmations are coming our way. And what we hear is Rajnath Singh could be included in the cabinet. We also know for now that Nitin Gadkari would also be part of the cabinet. Sources have told NDTV that Rajnath Singh is going to be part of Modi 3.0. Remember, he has been the defense minister and before that the home minister in 2014. Former party president Rajnath Singh, the MP from Lucknow, is going to be part of Modi 3.0 as well. He played an important role, a pivotal role in the NDA meeting that took place on Friday. Rajnath Singh is going to be part of Modi 3.0 is what sources have told NDTV. We also know for now that Mr. Gadkari, Nitin Gadkari, the RSS man MP from Nagpur, somebody who has held very important portfolios like road transport, will also be part of Modi 3.0. We are not really sure as to what portfolios they'll be getting this time, but Nitin Gadkari, somebody who is seen as having complete support of the RSS Nagpur MP, is also former party president, is expected to be part of Modi 3.0. I have my colleague Nikunj Garg joining us with more details. Nikunj, those are early confirmations coming in. What are sources telling NDTV? Who are the people who are likely to be part of the new cabinet?
So what we can break at this point in time is probably the information that Mr. Nitin Gadkari would be back in the cabinet, in the sense that there was a huge amount of speculation around Mr. Gadkari, whether he would be joining this cabinet or not. Mr. Rajnath Singh's candidature, of course, looked certain at most times. So quite clearly, Mr. Narendra Modi, the Prime Minister in his third avatar, banking on the veterans of both RSS and the BJP. And the first two names at this point in time that we are confirming for the viewers of NDTV are Mr. Rajnath Singh and Mr. Nitin Gadkari.
Nikunj, also help us understand the significance of Nitin Gadkari making it to the cabinet, because in the last few days there has been a lot of buzz over his inclusion in the cabinet, because there has been talk. I mean, he's not necessarily seen as someone who is extremely close to Narendra Modi, but of course he's seen as a very effective minister. Tell us the significance of this, considering the RSS also has endorsed him for many years now.
Well, Vasudha, personal chemistry is aside. When you have to work at the administrative side of the government, you need experience, you need people you can bank upon. Mr. Nitin Gadkari, for sure, has been a star performing minister of this government. Prime Minister himself extolling the virtues of the highway infra construction that his government has done, particularly in NDA 2. The fact of the matter is that there has been speculation, but do remember, Mr. Nitin Gadkari was very much a part of the cabinet on both the occasions. So it's mostly a continuation exercise. Nonetheless, it becomes important because there was speculation, Vasudha. So Mr. Nitin Gadkari, Mr. Rajnath Singh, two of the veterans of both BJP party, both former party presidents, by the way, of the BJP, solidly backed by the Rashtriya Swayamsevak Sangh, first one to make in the cabinet, if sources are to be believed. And I'm quite near certain that information that we are putting out for viewers right now is how the cabinet is going to reflect in hours to come. So I would request each one of you to keep watching NDTV.
Yes, we're bringing you all those details. Also, Nikunj, last question. Both of them, party presidents, explain to our viewers the importance of two senior members of the party. Some people who understand organization as well as governance. They've also held very important portfolios in the last 2 terms, and they understand organization as well. Tell us the importance of these two members in case, like we're reporting, if they make it to the cabinet, what is the larger messaging that the Modi cabinet is sending out? Okay, so what we understand is that Prime Minister Narendra Modi is likely to retain top 4 ministers, but will allies get a pride of place in the cabinet or not? What we understand for now is that there are confirmations. Sources have told NDTV that Mr. Nitin Gadkari and Rajnath Singh could be part of Modi 3.0. We have a breaking from Bihar as well. Jitan Ram Manjhi of Hindustan Awam Morcha could also be part of the Modi cabinet. In fact, he was part of the big NDA meet, part of the stage. He was sitting next to the allies, in fact, next to Nitish Kumar, Chandrababu Naidu and Apna Dal's Anupriya Patel. What we hear right now that he could also be made part of the cabinet. I have my colleague Prabhakar joining us from Patna. Prabhakar, tell us what are you hearing about Jitan Ram Manjhi?
The list of probable ministers we were running for last 2 days, that were all speculative. But now they have all started receiving calls. So we have confirmation that Jitan Ram Manjhi has received a call from PMO for taking oath as a cabinet minister in today's oath ceremony when the Narendra Modi takes oath for the 3rd time. So Jitan Ram Manjhi's name is confirmed. We were already speculating and we were already confirming to our viewers that he would be given a cabinet berth. But now Jitan Ram Manjhi's party sources have confirmed to us that he has already received a call for the oath-taking ceremony. There are other members of JDU who are still in the pipeline waiting for that call to happen, call to reach them, and they are Lalan Singh and Ramnath Thakur. These are the 2 names from JDU who are the probable members to be inducted in the cabinet ceremony, which will happen today along with Prime Minister Narendra Modi. And the third name, the third berth for the JDU might actually happen at a later stage when the expansion happens. But as of now, our sources in JDU are confirming to us that 2 persons will be inducted today itself and will be sworn in as a cabinet minister. They are Lalan Singh, who happens to be a former JDU national president and also a 3rd-term MP from Munger Lok Sabha constituency, and Ramnath Thakur, who happens to be son of former Bihar Chief Minister Karpuri Thakur, who is also a Bharat Ratna awardee. He is a Raj Sabha member from JDU and he will also be sworn in as a minister today. Though they have not received their calls yet, they are waiting for their call to come from PMO. And today we are told that around 11 a.m., Prime Minister would be having a tea with all those who would be swearing in along with Prime Minister today evening at the ceremony which would be held at Rashtrapati Bhavan.
Right. Thank you, Prabhakar, for joining us with those details. This is an important day today for the country, for, of course, the NDA government and also the allies and the opposition. Modi 3.0 to begin today. Narendra Modi is all set to take oath as the Prime Minister of the country for the 3rd time at 7:15 today. But what is the final nature of the Modi cabinet? How will the allies be sort of accommodated? What kind of cabinet portfolios will they get? And what kind of shape, what kind of picture will this cabinet present? What kind of governance priorities will it have? What will be on agenda? Will there be a common agenda? Will there be a CMP like we saw in earlier coalitions? All those are questions that will have to be answered. But of course, Narendra Modi in the last NDA meeting that happened yesterday made it clear that governance will be on top agenda, good governance especially, and he said that it's always been the NDA government, there's been no change. Joining us now is Sugata Srinivasa Raju, who's a senior journalist. We have Smita Gupta, author and senior journalist, and also Shaina NC, spokesperson of the BJP, joining us. To you, Shaina, what do you feel today? Thank you so much, all of you, for joining me. Shaina, to you first. Does it feel a little different this time? Because 2014, 2019 was very different with complete majority for the BJP. This time, of course, things are a little dependent on allies. How's the party looking at it?
I think quite the contrary. This time it's history. 2014 or 2019 was obviously people restoring faith in Prime Minister Modi, but this is creating history. Post 1962, this is the first time that you've had a Prime Minister come in for the 3rd time in a row, and that too on his own accord. 240 is not some small number. If you look collectively, amalgamate all the India Alliance partners, and they don't cross this single number of ours. So having said that, I think the number game aside now is the roadmap to a Viksit Bharat, the roadmap to a progressive India. And when I say progressive India, the Prime Minister will not waste one day. As you can see, even today, whether it is the new team of ministers to highlight what should be the vision plan in the interest of the country has always been paramount. So as our Pradhan Sevak embarks upon a historical journey, we all would like to wish Prime Minister Modi very well as the whole cabinet, because the country reposes faith and Vishwas in this team that has decided to take ahead the vision plan of the common citizen.
Right. Shugata, how do you see something like this, especially the role of TDP? Because we just got confirmations that two young MPs, Ram Naidu and Pesamani Chandrasekhar, could be part of the cabinet. Both of them, Pesamani Chandrasekhar is around 48, Ram Naidu is just 36, but the only MP with experience. He's a three-term MP. How do you see the TDP navigating the politics of Delhi this time, considering that Delhi is also a newer place for the TDP that, of course, is used to being the kingmaker in the past, but this time, of course, it's all new.
Thank you, Vasudha. Good morning. See, the situation is very different to this time around because of the numbers. You know, BJP is a solid 240 block, and there is very little leg room or elbow room. So bargaining and brinkmanship has its limits. So also, Chandrababu Naidu is not the Chandrababu Naidu that we saw in the 1990s. He was a younger person. He is aged. He is 70 plus. He is very keen to transfer his legacy to his son. And, you know, he is also becoming the chief minister of Andhra Pradesh after very trying circumstances. You know, he has been in jail, he has come out, he has fought a very hard battle. So he needs Mr. Modi as much as Mr. Modi needs him. And also his numbers, you know, I mean, he can't go beyond a point to sort of impose or, you know, in the parlance of the past, arm twist the center. I feel that the centrality of the Prime Minister's office will continue. You've been reporting about Gadkari and Raj Ghat all being part of the cabinet. See, all that is expected. I don't see very too many changes. There's a lot of continuity. The only question that I will have is, again, she's also from the south, so I'll ask this question. There is one lady who was part of the CCS last time, Nirmala Sitharaman. Will she be also sworn in is the big question that I have in my mind. So those are, interesting things that we will have to watch through the day. And the other thing is, see, all the other parties after TDP and JDU are all single-digit parties. You know, I mean, it could be the Shiv Sena or Ramvilas Paswan's party or JDS or Jitin Ram Manji that you spoke about. So they are all single or double or 3 or 4 MP parties where a lot of people are senior people. Right. So 1 or 2 will be accommodated. And I don't think this is, I think, by far a more stable coalition. And it's not the noisy thing that we saw in 2009 or 2004, where the DMK used to sort of create a kind of atmosphere that would put, the Congress on the brink. So I don't think that kind of a thing is being witnessed this time.
Right. Smita Gupta, you've covered so many governments in the past. Tell us what are the early signs, because when Shugata says that this looks like a cordial alliance to start with, what do you think? Because you've seen the UPA governments. How did they look like when they began? And we all know how that ended.
Well, in this particular Modi 3.0, as it is being described, I noticed that earlier in this bulletin, you and your colleague were expressing some surprise at the fact that Rajnath Singh and Gadkari, had their names had already been announced. Apart from the fact that the BJP will have to keep its allies in mind, I think because of the diminishing of the BJP's numbers, because there is now a question mark on Mr. Modi's invincibility, that he can get anybody elected. Mr. Rajnath Singh and Mr. Gadkari, who are both very senior leaders, will probably play a much larger role in decision making. As we know, in the first 2 terms of Mr. Modi and Mr. Amit Shah kind of ruled the roost. Now they will have to give Rajnath Singh and Nitin Gadkari more space in decision making. it's not a question of the portfolios that they get, but it's a question of the actual decision, the kind of the common decision-making apparatus of the party. Secondly, Rajnath Singh represents Uttar Pradesh, Mr. Gadkari represents Maharashtra, two states in which the BJP has done poorly in this particular election. So he couldn't have afforded to have sidelined these two individuals.
Right.
The BJP has also made it clear, as Sugata said, that all these other parties are much smaller in number. So they have, what I hear, that they have insisted that the top 4 portfolios should be with the BJP. And in addition, they want to keep parliamentary affairs, a key one, education, culture, INB. So you can see the direction in which the BJP wishes to retain control in the government that is formed this evening.
Right.
As far as the allies are concerned, Jitan Ram Majhi, for instance, though I think he's a single MP,
Yes.
a single MP party, he will get a major position, and I think there will be an emphasis on the backward caste, because in UP, which was the state on which the BJP was relying,
right,
their numbers have diminished so much, so they will want to show that the OBCs get a big chunk of seats in this government, whether it comes through the BJP or whether it comes through allies. So you'll have Jitan Ram Majhi, Rameshwar Thakur, who is let's not forget Karpuri Thakur, the late Karpuri Thakur's son.
Right.
So there's a historical significance to that.
So there could be some importance, a lot of importance to Bihar and of course the states which have done well, and of course there'll also be importance to states which have not done well. Shaina, I'd like to get you on Maharashtra now because you come from Mumbai. But before that, we also have Venkata Ramana Reddy joining us. Mr. Reddy, congratulations. TDP has already confirmed the names of Pesamani Chandrasekhar and also Ram Mohan Naidu, sir. What kind of, I hear from my BJP sources that there was no hard bargain this time. BJP just asked for names from Mr. Naidu and Mr. Naidu just gave names. So clearly it seems to us that at least in the NDA meeting that there seems to be more dependence on Narendra Modi despite Narendra Modi's government depending on the allies, but the allies seem to know that there is, there are limitations to their bargaining powers this time. Is that the case, sir?
No, it's not that. See, basically, you should understand that Telugu Desam is a state-centric party, and we are there in Telangana and Andhra. And the state is in a severe financial crisis, and we have a lot on our hands, and all the major projects are on hold. So, to be more precise, it's a disaster situation for us, both on the development side as well as on the fiscal side. So, we would be more than happy if Modi, then having a cabinet berth at the center, we would be more than happy if we could get some more funds to, development activities, get more industries in, because we're looking at turning the state around. So our emphasis will be on putting Andhra back on track, AP back on track. So I think CBN Garu, he's more interested in what we can do for the state than, having another ministry or getting another MOS. So it doesn't really matter to us. So we would be very happy, and we are happy with Modi Garu, and we believe that Modi will help us to get out of the rut that we are in at the present. So on the long run, yes, it's a good thing that TDP is a part of the government there. And we hope that the flow of funds from Delhi will start. And then since Jagan Mohan Reddy has put us in a 14 lakh crore debt, it's high time we pull our socks together, shoes together, socks together, and get on
Right.
to the
That's
job
an
map.
important point, Mr. Reddy. Shaina, what do you have to say about Maharashtra? Because like Smita was also pointing out, this is a state that's critical for the BJP with the assembly elections also coming up. But of course, the fall of the party, fall of the Mahayuti alliance has been steep this time, to 17 seats. Do you see more representation for the BJP or for the Mahayuti allies? Because there are more takers also this time. Do you see that as a challenging aspect for the BJP, considering that even seat sharing was difficult for your allies?
So to tell you very honestly, exactly like the TDP spokesperson spoke about his challenges in Andhra Pradesh and the kind of debt they have, etc., I think that we are not in any denial mode. Obviously, the arithmetic didn't work out in Maharashtra. We saw a lot of seats that we lost with such minuscule margin that
We have some breaking news. I'm sorry, I'll just come back to you in a bit. Home Minister Amit Shah is likely to be part of Modi 3.0. That's the breaking news that we have for you after confirming that Nitin Gadkari and Rajnath Singh are going to be part of Modi 3.0. Now we have, we have sources telling us that Amit Shah, the Home Minister who has served as the party president in the past, will be part of Modi 3.0. Joining me now is Nikunj Garg, my colleague. Nikunj, tell us about Amit Shah being part of Modi 3.0, because there were also speculations regarding him.
Well, absolutely, Vasudha. Let me now recap once all over again the story that we have broken first on NDTV, as always, this morning. What we have said so far: two former party presidents of the BJP, two senior cabinet colleagues of Mr. Narendra Modi, Rajnath Singh and Nitin Gadkari, both are going to be part of the cabinet. And now we are putting out for our viewers that Home Minister Amit Shah, the current serving Home Minister of the Union, Mr. Amit Shah, is going to be the part of the cabinet as well. So there was a large amount of speculation about Mr. Amit Shah taking up some kind of a party role because of the unexpected debacle that the BJP has suffered in this election. And many people talking that the golden era of the BJP's expansion was under Mr. Amit Shah as the party president. But that quite clearly is not happening. Mr. Amit Shah is certainly going to be in the cabinet. I reiterate for our viewers, Mr. Amit Shah, current Home Minister of the country, after Mr. Rajnath Singh demitted that office in 2019, is going to be the part of the Modi cabinet, and so are going to be Mr. Rajnath Singh and Mr. Nitin Gadkari. The overarching thread that we can pick up from there for our viewers and put it out in public domain is that Mr. Narendra Modi, in the third avatar, in the coalition Sarkar for the first time, is also again banking on the experience and wisdom of his senior party colleagues, including some of the former party presidents of the BJP, like Mr. Rajnath Singh, like Mr. Nitin Gadkari, and now Mr. Amit Shah. In fact, all three of them former BJP presidents. In that sense, both have some of them actually have served multiple terms, like Mr. Rajnath Singh. So quite clearly, experience is the name of the game currently as the cabinet takes shape. There are many other names which I'm sure you would put out for our viewers as we have been supplying them. It's on our ticker. I request each one of the viewers to continue watching NDTV as the Modi 3 cabinet takes shape and as we put out the fastest possible news breaks and updates on the cabinet formation later in the evening today.
Right, Nikunj, also help our viewers, wrap up this entire thing, because, all three men that we have confirmed so far, Amit Shah, Rajnath Singh and Nitin Gadkari, also have an understanding of the organization. They have been with the party during its difficult times, also during good times. They've helped the party expand. And these are also men who are behind very key decisions of the party. Amit Shah especially is seen as someone who has been the man behind very important key decisions of the party, including abrogation of Article 370 CAA. Tell us the significance of all these three people and specifically their inclusion in Modi 3.0.
I do not think, and my sense is that almost the entire commentator circuit and most of the people who have watched BJP's rise over the last 3 decades would agree with this fact that Mr. Amit Shah is the closest confidant that the Prime Minister Narendra Modi has had and still has. So quite clearly, Mr. Amit Shah's absence from the cabinet would have created a kind of a void which he probably does not want in running a coalition sarkar. So that is that for Mr. Amit Shah. As you said, he has been instrumental in carrying out some of the key vision agendas of the BJP in the past, like abrogation of Article 370. One of the most important pivot around which BJP has traditionally ran its campaign, ran its public imagery. Similarly, Mr. Nitin Gadkari, as I said in my last conversation with you, man who is credited largely across the country, cutting across political circles with the infrastructure building. Similarly, Mr. Rajnath Singh, seen as a very big consensus builder, may be mostly required in this term for dealing with the allies as well.
Right. Thank you, Nikunj, for joining us with those exclusive details. Senior, seasoned leaders of the BJP, ministers going to be part of Modi 3.0. We'll keep getting you all those exclusive details on NDTV. Time for a short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
The historic swearing in. Prime Minister Modi takes oath for the third time. The new NDA government takes charge for the third straight term.
देश चलाने के लिए सर्वमत बहुत जरूरी होता है.
The Modi cabinet. Who will get what? All the news and top newsmakers. Mega ceremony, mega coverage. All day on NDTV.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Finally, I'm here. Finally, this is the time जहाँ पे मैं आपके सवालों के जवाब देता हूँ. In this section, which happens to be my favorite as well, and it's called Ask TG. Let's see इस week हमारे पास में कौन से सवाल हैं. To be honest, in Android TV, we don't have any such features जहाँ पे आपको live जो सामने speech आ रहा है उसके captions screen पे दिखाई दे जाएं. We are expecting this feature to come कभी भी जब Google इसको unveil करता है, but as of now we don't have it. Samsung, however, in their latest AI TVs जो Samsung ने launch किए थे उसमें demonstrated that how using AI they were able to put some captions for the text. जो भी dialogues या जो भी speech television में उस time पे है वो सामने captions के form में visible है. Now I'm not sure कि how exactly this functions. Now मैं आपको एक और recommendation दे सकता हूँ, which is to try these bone conducting
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
Modi 3.0 swearing-in ceremony today saw Sri Amit Shah, JDS's H.D. Kumaraswamy, Chirag Paswan, Nitin Gadkari, Rajnath Singh have a place in the cabinet and are all set to be inducted in the 3.0 cabinet. PM visits Raj Ghat, Sedevatal ahead of oath-taking. PM says pays tribute at National War Memorial as well. Now, in an NDTV exclusive, JDS is likely to get one cabinet berth, Gents RLD and Apna Dal to get one MOS position, each full cabinet unlikely to be sworn in today. Guntur MP Pema Seni's role confirmed in Modi 3.0, 2 TDP MPs to get a post, Ram Mohan Naidu to get a cabinet post as well. No clarity yet on the Congress invite for the oath-taking ceremony. TMC says they've not been invited and that they're going to skip the ceremony. Confident India meets mercurial Pakistan in the Big Apple for their league match in the T20 World Cup. A spicy New York pitch is in focus as the mother of all subcontinental battle unfolds in the Big Apple. We have some news coming in at the broadcast. We're learning that the Prime Minister is set to host his cabinet colleagues for high tea at around 11:30 a.m. As is tradition. We're learning that the Prime Minister will be holding all of the MPs who are set to be inducted into the cabinet for high tea at around 11:30 a.m. today. This is on the broadcast. What we're learning is that the Prime Minister is set to hold a high tea for his colleagues. My colleague Maria joins us with more details. Maria, take us through what we're learning at this point. High tea expected at the Modi residence.
Yes, so this is in tradition with what we have seen in the past. I mean, in continuity, I would say, keeping with the tradition, in 2014, when Prime Minister Modi was, waiting for his cabinet colleagues to take, oath, he hosted them at the Gujarat Southern because he himself did not have an official residence in Delhi. In 2019, Prime Minister Modi hosted all his new cabinet colleagues at LKM, 7 LKM, and that is what we'll be seeing at 11:30 a.m. So be prepared, and that is the time when we'll get clarity as to who is in and who is out. All the speculation will be put to rest because we'll be seeing those cars enter 7 LKM, which is the official residence of Prime Minister Modi. All those who will be shown in at 7:15 will be seen there at Prime Minister's residence.
Right, Maria. Thank you for bringing us those details. Remember, the Modi cabinet will be sworn in for the third time this evening in a historic mandate. All eyes are on who's going to get what when it comes to portfolios. In an exclusive scoop on the inside details of the deliberations, sources tell NDTV that not all ministers will be sworn in. Only 30 ministers are expected to be sworn in today, which will be a mix of BJP as well as ally leaders as well. Sources are telling us that Amit Shah, Arjun Ram Meghwal, JDS leader HD Kumaraswamy, LJP's Chirag Paswan have a place in the cabinet. Sources also adding that Nitin Gadkari, Rajnath Singh and Prahlad Joshi are also set to be a part of the Modi 3.0 cabinet. Now, Jitin Ram Manjhi is also expected to get a role in the cabinet. And we're also expecting that some ministries with the same ministers will be distributed to other ministers as well. My colleague Prabhakar joins us with more details. Prabhakar, now we're getting details of Jitin Ram Manjhi expected to get a place in the new Modi cabinet, as well as Chirag Paswan, who's probably going to have a space in the cabinet as well.
Yeah, we were showing to our viewers for the last 2 days that list of probable ministers to be inducted in the Modi 3.0 cabinet. And that list was speculative. Now, that names are being confirmed now. What we are confirming to our viewers is that Jitin Ram Manjhi has received a call from PMO. He has been called at the Prime Minister's residence at 11:30 to have a tea with the Prime Minister, and he would be sworn in as the cabinet minister at 7:30 when the new Modi cabinet takes oath. So Jitin Ram Manjhi's name is confirmed now. He has just received a call, and we are confirming this to our NDTV viewers. As far as the JDU list is concerned, there were two names doing rounds. Lalan Singh, who happens to be a former JDU national president and a MP from Munger Lok Sabha constituency, very close to Nitish Kumar. He's a likely candidate to be inducted in the Modi cabinet, though the call has not been received by him, and we have no confirmation regarding that. And the other name is Ramnath Thakur, who is a Raj Sabha MP from JDU, son of Karpuri Thakur, Bihar's former chief minister and a Bharat Ratna awardee. His also induction is going to happen, but both of them so far have not received any call from PMO. We are not able to confirm that as of now, but they are hoping that maybe next half an hour that call might come across. So JDU basically is getting two cabinet berths, today, and we are told that there will be a third JDU nominee inducted in the cabinet, but that will happen when the expansion of this cabinet happens. Today, we know that the 30 ministers are likely to take oath along with Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and at a later stage there will be a cabinet expansion, so that the third nominee of JDU will be inducted later when the expansion happens.
Thank you, Prabhakar, for joining us and bringing us those details. We're getting in more information from sources at this point. Exclusive scoop into the cabinet. We're learning that Amit Shah is also going to be a part of the 3.0 cabinet. Remember, he's the outgoing home minister in the from the previous Modi cabinet. We're learning that Amit Shah is going to be part of this cabinet as well. Nikunj Garg brings us more details on this. Right, remember, Amit Shah is, of course, the outgoing home minister. He's going to be getting a place in the Modi cabinet. But apart from that, we've also spoken about more leaders that sources are indicating will be a part of the Modi cabinet. That includes Raj Singh as well as Arjun Ram Meghwal as well. We're learning that JDS leader H.D. Kumaraswamy as well as LJP's Chirag Paswan, who are important allies for the NDA, will also be getting a place in the cabinet. My colleague Nikunj has more details.
Let me now recap once all over again the story that we have broken first on NDTV as always this morning. What we have said so far, two former party presidents of the BJP, two senior cabinet colleagues of Mr. Narendra Modi, Rajnath Singh and Nitin Gadkari, both are going to be part of the cabinet. And now we are putting out for our viewers that Home Minister Amit Shah, the current serving Home Minister of the Union, Mr. Amit Shah, is going to be the part of the cabinet as well. So there was a large amount of speculation about Mr. Amit Shah taking up some kind of a party role because of the unexpected debacle that the BJP has suffered in this election. And many people talking that the golden era of the BJP's expansion was under Mr. Amit Shah as the party president. But that quite clearly is not happening. Mr. Amit Shah is certainly going to be in the cabinet. I reiterate for our viewers, Mr. Amit Shah, current Home Minister of the country, after Mr. Rajnath Singh demitted that office in 2019, is going to be the part of the Modi cabinet, and so are going to be Mr. Rajnath Singh and Mr. Nitin Gadkari. The overarching thread that we can pick up from there for our viewers and put it out in public domain is that Mr. Narendra Modi, in the third avatar, in the coalition Sarkar for the first time, is also again banking on the experience and wisdom of his senior party colleagues, including some of the former party presidents of the BJP, like Mr. Rajnath Singh, like Mr. Nitin Gadkari, and now Mr. Amit Shah. In fact, all three of them former BJP presidents. In that sense, both have some of them actually have served multiple terms, like Mr. Rajnath Singh. So quite clearly, experience is the name of the game currently as the cabinet takes shape. There are many other names which I'm sure you would put out for our viewers as we have been supplying them. It's on our ticker. I request each one of the viewers to continue watching NDTV as the Modi 3 cabinet takes shape and as we put out the fastest possible news breaks and updates on the cabinet formation later in the day.
Former Guntur MP Jay Galla has confirmed two TDP MPs posts in the Modi 3.0 cabinet. He's confirmed present Guntur MP Pemaseni Chandrasekhar as a Minister of State Independent Charge. He's also congratulated Ram Naidu for his role as a cabinet minister in the Modi cabinet as well. In his post on social media platform X, he says congratulations to Dr. Pemaseni on being confirmed as a Minister of State. Such an honor to serve the nation at a central level during your first political stint. The people of Guntur and entire Andhra Pradesh are proud of you. All the best for your new role. May you bring positive changes and make a meaningful impact, is what he said. Congratulating Ram Naidu, he in fact says congratulations to my friend Ram Naidu on being confirmed as a cabinet minister in the new NDA government. Your sincerity and humble nature will surely be an asset to the development of the country. Wishing you all the best, is what he says in his post. Now remember, the TDP is of course an important ally for the NDA. Two MPs have a confirmed position in the Modi 3.0 cabinet, according to what we're learning from Jay Galla's post. Now, Jay Galla is the former Guntur MP. He has congratulated the current Guntur MP, who is Pemaseni Chandrasekhar, who he has congratulated for having gotten a Minister of State post in the Modi cabinet. Now in the new cabinet, Ram Naidu also has a confirmed cabinet Minister post. According to Jay Galla's post on social media platform, he's congratulated both leaders who are from the TDP and of course bringing forward the role of Andhra Pradesh in the cabinet as well. Remember, the TDP had demanded several important ministries, but of course 4 of the key ministries will be retained by the BJP according to what sources are telling us, and also the fact that the speaker post was something that the TDP had demanded. But as of now, we know that a Minister of State and a Cabinet Minister have been confirmed from the TDP. My colleague Aishwarya joins us with more details. Aishwarya, we're learning that 2 confirmed posts for the TDP in the Cabinet.
Well, certainly it is Ram Mohan Naidu and Premasthani Chandrasekhar who had been confirmed to be inducted in Modi Cabinet 3.0. It is Ram Mohan Naidu who would be inducted as the Cabinet Minister, and Jaydev Galla went on to social media X and congratulated him on this stint. Remember, he's a 3-time MP and won with a huge margin of votes from Andhra Pradesh, and also TDP General Secretary as well. Had been very active politicians in the last 10 years. On the other side, Premasthani Chandrasekhar is doctor by profession, and he's a first-time MP, and he's representing the Guntur parliamentary constituency. Remember, Jaydev Galla was the one who earlier used to represent Guntur, but because he announced an official break from the active politics, it was P. Chandrasekhar who got the chance to fight from the Telugu Desam party, and now finally being inducted in Modi Cabinet 3.0. These 2 confirmations had been come out as of now, and there will be more confirmations on social media X from different parties, from different allies of the NDA. Remember, Telugu Desam party had won 16 Lok Sabha seats this time from Andhra Pradesh, and is the second single largest party of the NDA. Certainly they had, of course, a lot of negotiations on the table. There were talks that, of course, they wanted the speaker's position in the Lok Sabha. Shipping ministry is something that they wanted, but nothing had been confirmed from the top Bharatiya Janata Party leaders to the Telugu Desam party. It was the name that was suggested by TDP and later was confirmed. Remember, it is also Ram Mohan Naidu, who has been called a very close associate of Chandrababu Naidu, one of the favorites of him, and therefore the reason perhaps now these 2 names today will be will be taking oath as the ministers of Modi Cabinet 3.0. Good news for Andhra Pradesh, but as Nara Lokesh stated to NDTV just few days back that TDP doesn't negotiate for post, they negotiate for funds, and that's the foremost priority for the Telugu Desam party in Andhra Pradesh.
Right, thank you, Aishwarya, for joining us and bringing us those details. Ahead of the Modi swearing in for the 3rd consecutive time, the newly elected MPs of the National Democratic Alliance will finalize the list of cabinet ministers soon. Meetings have been taking place for the past few days to finalize the list. The spotlight is now on negotiations between the BJP and its 2 key allies, the TDP and the JDU. We already know that 2 TDP MPs have a confirmed space in the cabinet, but portfolios that they're going to get is what is in the eye of the storm. Each of these allies are battling for plump posts at the centre. Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde's Shiv Sena faction and the LJP's Chirag Paswan are also seeking key portfolios in the new cabinet. My colleague Tanushka joins us with more details, as well as Vedant from outside the Prime Minister's residence. Tanushka, you're outside the Nada residence at this moment. We're also learning that he's going to be hosting a grand dinner after the swearing in. Take us to the preparations that are underway.
Yes, so as you can see behind me, what the poster reads, 3rd time running. This is Prime Minister Narendra Modi's 3rd time in a row serving as the Prime Minister of India. In the history of India, he's the 2nd Prime Minister to be serving in 3rd time in a row. And sources say that while the entire Council of Ministers will not be sworn in this evening, 30 ministers will be taking oath, however, and the strength of the full council is expected to be between 78 and 81. After Prime Minister Modi has taken oath, what we also learn is that top ministers of the government will be taking oath, who will hold crucial portfolios of the home affairs, defense, finance and external affairs. So these important portfolios will be still continue to be held by the Bharatiya Janata Party, and other portfolios will be held by the entrusted with the allies. So these critical portfolios will include those of infrastructure, ministries of steel, civil aviation. This is what we're learning right now. And as far as the grand party is expected at JP Nadda's residence, he'll host a dinner party after the oath-taking ceremony, which is going to take place at 7:15 and will go on till 7:45 in the evening. So this is what I have for you from JP Nadda's residence. Back to you.
Right, Tanushka, we're just getting in visuals of JP Nadda leaving his residence as well. Remember, the Prime Minister is going to be hosting a tea ceremony with his cabinet colleagues as well. My colleague Vedant joins us from outside the Prime Minister's residence. Vedant, at around 11:30, we're expecting tea to be hosted at the Prime Minister's residence with some of his cabinet colleagues. Many of these incumbent ministers have gotten calls as well.
That's right, Aarti. Now remember, this is convention. We've seen this in the past as well in 2014 and 2019, that before taking oath, the Prime Minister always hosts all cabinet ministers, council of ministers. I come to you from right outside 7 Lok Kalyan Marg, which is the Prime Minister's residence. At about 11:30 is when we are expecting his cabinet colleagues to be attending that tea that the Prime Minister will be hosting for them. And what I'm being told right now, Aarti, is that JP Nadda, the BJP president, has left for Amit Shah's residence. So they will be in a huddle. And remember, last night as well, there was a key huddle at Amit Shah's residence. So back-to-back meetings taking place. In fact, yesterday at 7 Lok Kalyan Marg, a meeting went on for about 12 hours is what I'm being told by sources. Top ministers, including Mr. B.L. Santosh, remember, who's the General Secretary Organization of the BJP, attended that key meet as well. Now remember, it's Mr. Nadda who's making the calls to the incoming cabinet colleagues. So top ministers, incumbent ministers, very importantly, as you mentioned, Aarti, have been made calls to, including Mr. Amit Shah, Mr. Rajnath Singh, Nitin Gadkari also, because there was a lot of speculation around Mr. Shah and Mr. Gadkari. But putting that to rest, we can confirm to our viewers that calls have been made to Mr. Nitin Gadkari and Mr. Amit Shah, who will be part of the Modi 3.0 cabinet. As Tanushka was also pointing out, the CCS ministries or the Raisina Hill portfolios will, the BJP will not be conceding those to the allies. That's extremely crucial. In fact, sources have also confirmed that the Speaker's chair will not be conceded to the TDP either. Now, what remains to be seen, whether there is status quo in the CCS ministries and infra ministries or not, or whether there's going to be some sort of overhaul. Well, all those questions will be answered by tonight. But what we can tell you from the Prime Minister's residence is that top ministers will start arriving at about 10:30 a.m. here.
Right, Vedanta, thank you for bringing us those details on this particular story. That, of course, we are learning more leaders are arriving at this point. But we are getting some more breaking news on the broadcast in terms of the swearing-in ceremony. We're learning that Congress Chief Kharge is going to be attending the swearing-in ceremony. Remember, earlier the Congress had said that they did not get an invite. Sonia Gandhi, in fact, had said that there was no invite yet for the swearing-in ceremony. But now we're learning that Congress Chief Kharge is going to be attending the swearing-in ceremony. Remember, the TMC also saying that they're not going to be attending the swearing-in ceremony because they haven't gotten an invite yet. Of course, in terms of the Congress, we're learning that Congress Chief Kharge will in fact be attending according to what sources are indicating. My colleague Sunil joins us with more details. Sunil, take us through what we're learning from sources. We're learning the Congress Chief now going to be attending the swearing-in ceremony.
That's right. There has been a convention that the opposition always participates in the swearing-in ceremony, and this has happened for time immemorial. And keeping with that tradition, the leader of the opposition in the Rajya Sabha, Mr. Kharge, who is also the Congress chief, will be representing the opposition and participating in that swearing-in ceremony. The invitation has been received, and he will, on behalf of the India bloc, this was a decision that was taken to participate in this the swearing-in ceremony. As you are well aware, the India bloc partners have made it very clear that this mandate is definitely not for Prime Minister Narendra Modi. And it's in that backdrop they have said that they will take an appropriate decision at an appropriate time. But they are quite clear that the mandate which now the NDA has taken claim is something that they are going to continue to wait and watch. But definitely they will participate in that swearing-in ceremony, which is slated later this evening.
Right. Thank you for bringing us those details on this particular story. There, of course, we're learning that Congress chief is going to be attending the swearing-in ceremony. The preparations, of course, are underway for the grand ceremony at the Rashtrapati Bhavan. There's high security at the national capital. At least 1,100 traffic staff have been deployed. Entry and movement in areas around the Rashtrapati Bhavan will be restricted from around 2 p.m. is what we're learning. Remember, the event will be attended by thousands of dignitaries, including foreign dignitaries. 6 heads of state will attend the swearing in as well. Listen in to what the police are saying about the preparations.
हम लोगों ने आज व्यापक इंतजाम कर रखे हैं. करीब 1100 ट्रैफिक पुलिसकर्मी आज अपनी ड्यूटी करेंगे.
We're learning that JDU MP Ramnath Thakur has been invited to join the cabinet. We're learning that he's also going to be a part of the Modi 3.0 cabinet. Remember, several names have come up at this point. We're also learning that JDU MP Ramnath Thakur is going to be part of the Modi 3.0 cabinet. He's gotten an invite as well. Remember, Prime Minister is going to be holding a tea ceremony or a tea event with several of his cabinet colleagues. He's going to be calling them all for tea at his residence at around 11:30 a.m. We're learning that Ramnath Thakur, of course, going to be a part of the Modi cabinet as well, who's a JDU MP. Remember, we did earlier report that there's going to be at least one JDU MP who's going to be getting a cabinet berth in the new cabinet that's going to be formed. Remember, key allies have gotten, according to what we're learning, from sources as well as from several other leaders as well, some important posts in the cabinet. Of course, their exact portfolios are yet to be confirmed, but what we do know is that JDU MP Ramnath Thakur has been given a post in the cabinet, according to what sources are telling us. He's gotten an invite as well. Now, this event will also be attended by thousands of dignitaries, like I mentioned earlier, including foreign dignitaries. Invites have been given out to top dignitaries. 6 heads of state will be attending the swearing-in ceremony. That includes the Maldivian President, Bangladesh Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina, Nepal Prime Minister, the leader of Seychelles as well, are some of the leaders who will be attending. Apart from this, Man Ki Baat participants, religious leaders as well as Padma awardees are among others who are also expected to attend the ceremony today. Now, this evening, we're also going to be seeing several of these leaders from neighboring states who are going to be attending. The fact that these neighboring country leaders have been invited also showcases India's neighborhood first policy. Interestingly, this will be the first visit of President Muizu from Maldives to India after tensions arose between India and Maldives. But of course, cordial relations have been maintained by both nations over the period of time. When it comes to intra-state relations. Remember, the Foreign Minister of Maldives had visited just earlier as well. Now, as tradition goes, Prime Minister Modi paid homage to Mahatma Gandhi and Vajpayee before swearing in today. He also visited the National War Memorial and paid tribute to the nation's brave hearts as well. We'll continue tracking this story for you. For now, a short break.
Co-powered.
Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
दिस इज अ सैमसंग फोन और इसमें एंड्रॉयड है, you know what happened सबसे पहले अगर हम जाएं थोड़ा सा पीछे अगर हम रिवाइंड करें about the history of Android. Well guys, the creators of Android जब उन्होंने बना लिया ये operating system, they went to Samsung because they wanted कि Samsung उस Android को खरीद ले. So they all went to Seoul in South Korea. They met with the Samsung people, but Samsung was not that impressed, and Samsung said no. और उसके बाद क्या हुआ? Just weeks later, Google in fact bought Android for $50 million. Imagine करो अगर Samsung ने उस टाइम पे Android खरीद लिया होता, would have been the case that Android would have been Samsung's own exclusive operating system. Like today we see how Samsung is the king of Android. They basically rule the Android market. But वो एक ना आज कैसे मोबाइल हिस्ट्री को पूरा बदल चुकी है? It's all for you. Did you know this? If yes, then amazing. If no, then please let me know by writing all your emails to tg@ndtv.com.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
The historic swearing in. Prime Minister Modi takes oath for the third time. The new NDA government takes charge for the third straight term.
देश चलाने के लिए सर्वमत बहुत जरूरी होता है.
The Modi cabinet. Who will get what? All the news and top newsmakers. Mega ceremony, mega coverage. All day on NDTV.
Let me give you a quick recap and let's discuss about how Sony used some brilliant marketing back in the 90s for its PlayStation. See, आज PlayStation बहुत ज़्यादा popular है, ये हम सभी जानते हैं. Almost globally it's very popular. Games हो या consoles हो, काफी ज़्यादा लोग इनको use करते हैं. But back in the day,
welcome. It is a big day in Indian politics. It's a big day in Indian sports too. As soon as the swearing in finishes tonight, the nation will pretty much have its fix. India versus Pakistan. The battle of all the battles in the World Cup. Even before the heroes take the center stage, the villain or the pitch has become the talk of the town in New York, which is the venue of this big clash. Will it behave or not is the big question. Will the big boys of world cricket come up with an even contest? What are the top things to look forward to in this battle? Let's first check that in.
A
highly anticipated encounter awaits between the two arch rivals. It is India versus Pakistan. But the focus is firmly on an undercooked pitch that has offered excessive seam movement and bounce.
Is there a top edge onto the helmet? It could be a wicket. Yes, it is.
So much so that the ICC had to issue a statement saying they are working to improve the quality of the pitches. But the question is, did the ICC fail to budget in the bedding in period? Shaheen Shah Afridi has been a thorn in India's flesh on a regular basis, and with conditions favouring the lanky fast bowler. It will all come down to how well the Indian batters negotiate him early on. Can Rohit and Virat get one over Afridi once again? Some questionable decisions against United States of America,
Going to have a super over.
which resulted in Pakistan's loss, sending shockwaves around the world, has once again brought Babar Azam, the captain, in the spotlight. His casual and timid leadership skills in their first match has put a big question mark on Babar's captaincy once again. Will Babar, the captain, turn up against India? With Kohli promoted to the opening slot, it was expected that Surya Kumar Yadav would fill the number 3 position. However, Rishabh Pant's consistent performance in the IPL as well as India's first 2 matches suggest that the Spider-Man is well and truly back.
Oh, that smashed through the offside.
Will this turn out to be a masterstroke?
Shot is your destiny.
After suffering a humiliating loss against the World Cup debutants USA, Pakistan will be looking to bounce back. But the big question is, which Pakistan team will turn up on the big day? Will it be a defeated Pakistan, or will the men in green spring up a surprise like they have on numerous occasions?
I think that's taken.
Let's first listen into Rohit Sharma, the captain, speaking about India's approach to the game.
Nothing has changed from last 7 months because we played them in Asia Cup and then the World Cup and now. So earlier it was a different ball game because we used to play them maybe once in 4 years or 2 years. Now it's a different ball game. We literally played 7 months back in Asia Cup and the World Cup, and here we are again now. I want to approach this as another international game where I got to get myself recollected and make those decisions on the field.
At this hour, I'm joined by my cricket experts on the show to talk about this big contest that is going to happen in New York. India taking on Pakistan. Ashok Malhotra, former Indian Test cricketer, Abhishek Nair and Ritendra Singh Sodhi, former India cricketers. I'll also be joined by our Pakistan guest Abdul Ghaffar, who is a journalist and head of sports of Dawn News. Good morning, gentlemen. Ashok, I'll first come to you. Rohit Sharma, is talking about the fact that he considers this as yet another bilateral match with Pakistan. Is it really possible, or is he trying to put up a brave face in front of the public, in front of the fans, calling it another bilateral clash?
That is what most of the captains are supposed to do. He's being diplomatic. Believe you me, he's under pressure. Everybody's under pressure when they play India-Pakistan. You put up a brave face, that's a fact you got to for the rest of the cricketing paying public. But the fact is, he is feeling the pressure. He knows he has to win this game. Because if India beats Pakistan, they've won the World Cup. Whether they win the World Cup or not, that's besides the point. Same with Pakistan. If they beat India, they probably has won the World Cup. So both the sides are under tremendous pressure. Pakistan more so because they've already lost to USA. And if they lose to India, they're probably out of this World Cup.
Abhishek, let me come to you. I don't think that this clash will be as electric as the one we saw in Melbourne or the one we saw in Ahmedabad. It'll probably be a lot less electric in terms of fans getting there. Would you then say that the teams will be under less pressure this time around?
Well, I think a lot of times these big clashes, India-Pakistan matches, although the stadium, the stands can only accommodate 35,000 people. But, for all my friends in America and everyone I've spoken to from different parts of the states are making sure they reach New York today to watch that game. I think it's going to be electric. any India-Pakistan World Cup, even though India's always had the odds in their favor, it's always been electric. And it's not only about who are there, but every Indian player, every Pakistani player knows that all the Indians all over the globe and all Pakistanis all over the globe, whether that be India, England, America, wherever, Canada, they're going to be watching this game with keen interest, hoping that their team can turn up today and win that game. So there's going to be pressure. There always is a pressure. Playing a World Cup is just added pressure.
I'm also joined by Abdul Ghaffar, who's the sports editor of Dawn News. Abdul, obviously India starts as the overwhelming favourites in the game. Pakistan coming off an upset. Would you say that the pressure is going to be more on them, or pressure is going to be less on them, given the fact that they have not really managed much of a success against India in ICC World Cups?
So first of all, I think good morning, everyone, and hello, India. Yes, of course, you're right about it that Pakistan, definitely will be very, jolted by that very, unexpected upset defeat by the hands of USA. But as we all know, Rika, that Pakistan-India is all about the pressure game, and of course, that's many of the Indian players speak already, Pakistani players, that the pressure, the expectations level, it always remains the same. I think, yes, we can definitely remember that the Melbourne, the Dubai, the Ahmedabad atmosphere as compared to the New York, definitely it's a very, different sort of cricketing environment right now here. But once the first ball will be delivered, when the toss will happen, everything will be changed then. So I'm expecting the same kind of atmosphere. And of course, the fans' excitement all across Pakistan and India, it's remained the same. And of course, this time, I think around that upset of the Pakistan by the hands of USA, I think that actually make this contest even more, a bit of intense from the Pakistan side, because it's a do or die situation for Pakistan. Pakistan knew that if they lost this match, they can be out of the World Cup. So I think it's a very high stake for the Pakistan. And for that reason, I think when the match will start, you will see a very, intense sort of atmosphere, especially from the Pakistan side, the desperation, the commitment level, because they knew this is not the time to, do mistakes. This is the time to deliver. As Gary speaks as well, I don't need to motivate them at all. Because they are already motivated. So I think it will be a very hard-fought sort of game. And Pakistan has knew that they have no chance right now but to beat India, to remain in the tournament. I think that will make this tournament, this encounter will be more intense and more exciting, in my opinion.
Ritinder, we just played 5 things to watch out for in this contest between India and Pakistan tonight. What will you tell our viewers they should be having an eye out for? What is that element? What is that X factor in the game?
Look, Rika, this is a big game. Euphoria is huge. We all know India, Pakistan, everybody is glued to television. No doubt about that. But this is not the team of 80s, 90s. They don't have like Wasim Akram, Waqar Younis, Shahid Afridi, Saeed Anwar. That was a different team. We used to have a big fight. But at the moment, on paper, India is a notch higher. They have been playing good cricket. After a defeat against USA by Pakistan, it will be difficult for them to get that confidence back in just mere 2 days. First, USA, they struggled. Now they are facing a top-notcher in red-hot form, India. And how they come up, that's a big question. Their batting is struggling. Bowling has been here and there. Fielding hasn't been up to mark. So India, if they play to their potential, I have no doubt whatsoever this is going to be an easy win today evening. But India need not be complacent. And I'm sure if Rohit Sharma and Virat Kohli score big today, Pakistan will be running for the rescue.
Then, their backs will be up against the wall. But Abhishek, let me take this question to you. What is that X factor that you will be asking fans to watch out for in this context, and the context to the content, really?
Well, I think to put things in perspective, especially where India is going to be playing Pakistan, there's actually a very interesting stat, and the coach out of me is always very interested, that in this venue, especially at New York, in the 4 matches played, 125 wickets have been picked by fast bowlers, wherein only 25 wickets have been picked by spinners, which tells you that with Pakistan having 4 tearaway fast bowlers and India having 3+1, it's going to be really important which side the toss goes. Because the team that's bowled first and manages to get something out of the pitch is going to be a team that has the upper hand. So for the fans, they're going to see a lot of tearaway fast bowlers getting a lot of seam and swing on this pitch. And what they can expect is some batsmen getting challenged today. And it's going to be an interesting and competitive game of cricket because on one end, the ICC is trying to prepare a good pitch to bat on. On the other end, stats tell you that bowlers have an upper hand here. So it's going to be bowlers with the upper hand versus batters, and it's going to be Pakistan's fast bowlers, like always, versus the Indian batsmen out there today.
There was a time when we would talk about Pakistan's pacers versus India's batters, but pretty much the way the pitch has played out, it might be Indian pacers versus Pakistan pacers. Ashok ji, let me come to you and ask you this question. Purely in terms of quality, when you talk about the 2 pace units, which would you rank higher, India's or Pakistan's?
See, I will go with India. For simple reason, Bumrah, he always delivers when the team needs him. Siraj is a big back player. And Ashdeep is coming of age. I understand we talked about dreaded Pakistan bowling, but when has Shaheen Afridi won a game for Pakistan? When has Haris Rauf won a game for Pakistan? Mohammad Amin, yes. Naseem Shah, sometimes. But otherwise, last match even against USA, the way they sprayed the ball around, it really defies logic. They are seasoned campaigners. They are dreaded fast bowlers of the world, and they could not contain a side which was playing their first World Cup. So I'm amazed. So I have got no doubt in my mind. Indian bowling is a notch above, or maybe head and shoulders above Pakistan bowling. Pakistan bowling, great bowling on paper. Pakistan batting, great batting on paper, especially Babar Azam. I'm saying same with the like they have bowlers, even the batting. Babar Azam never performs when the chips are down, when he plays against India. So these are few things. He's a big match player, but that is where Pakistan falters. They're big match players. They never perform in big matches.
Abdul, you are a journalist as well. One of the things that everyone in India, every journalist perhaps is talking about is the presence of Gary Kirsten in Pakistan camp. Having the knowledge of most of the Indian guys. What is the talk in Pakistan really like about Gary Kirsten?
I think first of all, because we are talking right now in the morning, so I am facing the 4 Indian pacers right now. This will be the situation same in New York. The pressure will be on Pakistan, just like on me right now. But I'm just talking very frankly here. But I think as many of you are already talking about, I think one thing you should remember that even in the Champions Trophy final, the 2022 Pakistan-India first game, pressure was on the both sides. And then what happened in the pressure game? Pakistan suddenly came out winner. Yes, the domination of the Indian team in the last in a decade or so, it's very visible. But what we seen in the last 5 or 6 years, especially the Champions Trophy final, the 2022 World Cup when Pakistan beat India for the first time in the World Cup. So I think that is the same team almost, because same Babar Azam as the captain. You have Shaheen Shafidi, Muhammad Amir now is back in the side. I think the most important thing, in my opinion, the cricketing aspect, that the conditions of the New York, the pitch will be very key, because what we seen in New York, that we see 2 very low scoring matches. Then we seen, I think I remember Canada scored 137 and they all out Ireland for 55. And what we seen yesterday against South Africa, struggling in the chase, but then suddenly the David Miller special inning rescue them. Right. I think this is going to be a very tricky sort of condition for the both teams to read out the pitch, the best 11 about the conditions, and I think Pakistan will be on a very difficult position in this regard, because they definitely can't afford a mistake right now. So I think the condition and the pitch will be very important for the both teams, especially for Pakistan, and the toss factor as well. This is, I think, going to be one very close game in my opinion. I can't predict the winner because India-Pakistan is match. It's all about the pressure.
It is very tough to predict a winner. I understand, Abdul, but I'll come back after the break and talk a little bit about Gary Kirsten with you. Before we go into a short break, Abhishek spoke about a stat that we've all been talking about, the dominance of the fast bowlers. But let's also have a look at this stat for all you number lovers. India's domination in ICC events versus Pakistan. India has won 6 matches in 7 contests against Pakistan, and the head-to-head stands at 6-1 India versus Pakistan in T20 World Cups. With that, we will go into a very tiny break on the show. When we come back, a lot more to discuss. Stay tuned.
वैसे शेयरिंग से याद आया, sometimes it's a thing that we need to share our Wi-Fi network. घर में कोई दोस्त आया हो, maybe there's some guest coming in and you would want to share your Wi-Fi. The problem comes if your password is very complicated, or maybe you not want to say it out loud कि आपका password क्या है. ऐसे में आप Wi-Fi network कैसे शेयर कर सकते हैं? Well guys, it's a very interesting method. बहुत आसान सा टिप है. Just go into your phone's settings. वहां पे जहां पे आपको वाईफाई का नाम दिखता है, just next to it, or maybe if you go deep into settings, आपको एक ऑप्शन मिल जाएगा wherein you can share your Wi-Fi network just by using a QR code. आपके फोन के स्क्रीन पे QR कोड आएगा. The friend or the guest just needs to scan that code and he can connect to your Wi-Fi network without even you telling the password 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 or whatever it is. अगर आप चाहें तो इसी QR कोड का एक प्रिंट आउट लेके अपने घर में लगा सकते हैं so that anyone coming in can just scan that QR code and वो आपके Wi-Fi से कनेक्ट हो जाएगा. Quite easy, quite convenient and quite time saving as well. कैसे लगे ये टिप? मुझे जरूर बताना. You know the address. It's tg@ndtv.com.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones.
Welcome back. We are talking about the India versus Pakistan clash in New York. That's going to start at 8 p.m. tonight, shortly after the swearing-in ceremony of Modi 3.0 government. Before the heroes take onto the pitch, a lot of talk has been around not the hero but the anti-hero. That's been the pitch. And Rohit Sharma at the press conference last evening was asked about his comments on how the pitch has played out. Let's listen into what the Indian captain had to say.
ये एकदम ड्रॉप इन पिच है. ड्रॉप इन पिच का आइडिया हम जहाँ रहते हैं वहाँ पे ड्रॉप इन पिच का आइडिया उतना होता नहीं है, हमें आता नहीं है. क्योंकि क्यूरेटर भी खुद जब हम क्यूरेटर से बात कर रहे थे यहाँ पे, वो भी काफ़ी कंफ्यूज थे कि पिच कैसा खेलेगा, कितना घास निकालना चाहिए, कितना नहीं निकालना चाहिए. तो अगर उन्हें इतना कंफ्यूजन है तो इमेजिन हमें कितना कंफ्यूजन रह सकता है.
Ashok Malhotra, coming back to you, very bad advertisement of cricket, what the aim really was of ICC by taking it to US, but what they have done in the end is a very bad advertisement of cricket.
See, India, Ireland, I understood that it was really bad. It was not conducive for a World Cup. But if you see the last game there between South Africa and Netherlands, cricket was not as bad as it was in India. So I think wicket seems to be settling down a bit. And I might see both the sides are good batting side, and it's a crunch game, especially Pakistan. So you might see some 150, 150 plus scores, because this is a kind of wicket, if you stay put, you can play shots. But the problem, Rika, is the modern day batters are flat track. You know, when the wicket is flat, they play like champions. When the wicket does something, ball wobbles around, turns around, then they seem to be sitting down. As of now, nobody is trying to hang around and play. So that is my problem. Wicket now does not have as many devils as it was on day one when India was playing Ireland.
Okay, let me go over to Ritender and ask him. Ritender, tell me, what is the score you expect from the team batting first?
Team batting first, as Abhishek has been talking since last evening, they are going to struggle, no doubt about it. And we are talking about fast bowlers, Rika here. Pakistan definitely have a very good lineup. But I have a very strong feeling, if India batting first, Pakistan can get India at 140 odd, 150 odd, then we can get Pakistan at 75 odd. That is the arsenal we have in Arshdeep and Bumrah. That's the difference. And Shoki Paji has really hit the point here. As he said, it's not about names, it's about performances. It's a drop-in pitch. But here also, you have to pitch in right areas. You have to get the ball swing. If you don't get it swing, then whatever drop-in pitch, whatever different wicket, you can't be effective. And that is where Pakistan has to fire and blaze all cylinders. And having said that, India, they have their nose ahead. And I'm sure if India play to their potential, if we can see that new ball through first 6 overs while batting first, while batting second, this is going to be our game.
Abhishek, would you say that this game will mostly be decided in the power play? And I'll also have to ask you, what is the kind of score you expect from the team batting first?
Well, I think in any format, especially here where there's going to be something for the faster bowlers, the game actually decided post the power play. We all anticipate how many runs you're going to get. Will you say get wickets or not? But I always believe in conditions like that, the bulk of your runs come post the power play. If you happen to have a good power play, it only helps what happens later on. In terms of your question of what I feel a good score would be, I feel for all the fans out there and everyone watching very, with cued eyes in terms of what Virat Kohli is going to do, especially against this Pakistan team. A very interesting stat once again. The last 4 innings that Virat Kohli has played versus Pakistan, his scores read 57, 35, 60 and 82 not out. That just tells you it brings the best out of our man Virat Kohli. And if Virat Kohli turns up today, what a good score can be, no one can imagine. So we are hoping Virat Kohli turns up once again against this Pakistan side, who he has really good numbers against. And hopefully, if India bat first, they can get to 160 odd. If they're chasing less than 140.
Of course, Virat Kohli, Pakistan happens to be one of Virat Kohli's favourite opposition. Abdul, any other Indian player that the Pakistanis are going to be keenly targeting tonight?
I think, as you all mentioned about Virat Kohli factor, I think he's played one of the best T20 innings in Melbourne and snatched the win from Pakistan. Those 2 sixes against Haris Rauf, what's just totally mind-blowing. Again, I think it's going to be very key because he is a world-class player. He knows how to tackle the pressure. And in the most of the innings we are all mentioning right now, I think he actually, take game away from Pakistan, especially in the last Melbourne encounter where the Indian team were under pressure. But he managed to, score runs at the crucial time and pace his inning very superbly. So I think this is the factor that Virat, in the form of Virat Kohli, I think India have one player who actually played very, very important and very cool under the lot of pressure. So I think, and of course, Jasprit Bumrah with the new ball because he is a world-class operator. But I think the same threat poses by Pakistan because Shaheen Shah Afridi, as you all remember, against India in the World Cup encounter in Dubai, he changed the match in the first few balls. And of course, Fakhar Zaman factor because he is someone who has a great record against India. So I think this team will be recalled by Pakistan. This is the way to play a game. Aggressive cricket, which is, one of your guests mentioned that the Pakistan team of 80s and 90s used to dominate India for the longer time. And just because of their aggressive approach, we have Saeed Anwar, Wasim Bakar, we have Inzamam, who actually, always very aggressive and match-winning against the Indians. So I think this is the thing Pakistan need to remember that. Also, I think, in my opinion, Pakistan should, I think, go with the X factors like Saim Ayub maybe and Fakhar Zaman to bring them early in the power play to challenge India. Because I don't think so. I can't see Pakistan winning if you're going with an orthodox approach and not scoring much in the power play. I think Pakistan need to do something out of the box. Maybe I think the boost of having Imad Wasim again, because it's very,
They need to have a strategy to unsettle India, because India is going in as clear favourites. Well, there are several stars on both sides of the fence, India and Pakistan, but we will have to wait perhaps till midnight tonight to see who emerge as the biggest hero. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for joining me on the broadcast this morning. With that, a quick break on the show. More on the other side. Stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi pays tribute to fallen soldiers at the National War Memorial ahead of the swearing-in ceremony tonight.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
The historic swearing-in. Prime Minister Modi takes oath for the third time. The new NDA government takes charge for the third straight term.
देश चलाने के लिए सर्वमत बहुत जरूरी होता है.
The Modi cabinet. Who will get what? All the news and top newsmakers. Mega ceremony, mega coverage. All day on NDTV.
Life is anyway quite easy these days because हमको वो कैश कैरी नहीं करना पड़ता है. We can make the payments just using UPI. हमारे फोन से इंस्टेंट एक QR स्कैन करके हम पेमेंट कर देते हैं. But the question is कि अगर आपके पास में आपका वॉलेट नहीं है और आप UPI के भरोसे घर से निकल गए, let's say you don't get internet signal as well. Sometimes ऐसा होता है और आपको अगर वहाँ पे UPI से पेमेंट करना है, how would you do it? Guys, the simple answer is कि आप बिना इंटरनेट के भी UPI से पेमेंट्स कर सकते हैं if you just follow the following instructions. सबसे पहले आपको आपके फोन से डायल करना है *99#. जी हाँ, ये कुछ ऐसा ही है जो पहले हम डायल करते थे *123#, *121#, for all our balance check inquiries. तो जब आप इस नंबर को डायल करते हैं उसके बाद you can follow the prompts और आप जिसको भी पैसा भेजना चाहते हैं उसका UPI ID या फिर मोबाइल नंबर एंटर करने के बाद अपना UPI पिन साथ में ऐड करके पेमेंट कर सकते हैं even while you are offline. It simply means that it's functional and it's secure as well क्योंकि आपको आपका UPI पिन यूज करना होता है. So next time you're in the mountains, next time you are stuck somewhere with no internet and you want to make an payment कहीं पे भी, तो आप कर सकते हैं with the help of offline technique जो मैंने आपको बताया.
Modi 3.0 swearing-in ceremony today. Sources say Amit Shah, JDS's HD Kumaraswamy, Chirag Paswan, Nitin Gadkari, Rajnath Singh are set to be inducted in the cabinet. PM visits Raj Ghat, Saidev Atal and the National War Memorial ahead of swearing-in ceremony. JDU is likely to get one cabinet berth as per sources. Jayant RLD and Apna Dal also to get one MOS position each. Full cabinet unlikely to be sworn in today. Current Guntur MP's role confirmed in the Modi 3.0 cabinet. TDP's Pema Sani to get MOS post, while cabinet post for TDP's Ram Mohan Naidu. Now, Kharge, in fact, to attend the swearing-in ceremony. The TMC, however, says that they're not invited, and that they're going to skip the swearing-in ceremony. Well, the Modi cabinet will be sworn in for the third time this evening in a historic mandate. All eyes are on who will get what when it comes to portfolios. In an exclusive scoop on inside details of the deliberations, sources tell NDTV that not all ministers will be sworn in today. Only 30 ministers are expected to be sworn in, which will be a mix of BJP and ally leaders as well. Sources also saying that Amit Shah, Arjun Ram Meghwal, JDS's HD Kumaraswamy, JDU's Ramnath Thakur, LJP's Chirag Paswan have made a place in the cabinet. Sources also saying that Nitin Gadkari, Rajnath Singh and Prahlad Joshi are also said to be a part of the Modi 3.0 cabinet. Now, Jitin Ram Manji is also expected to get a role in the cabinet. Former Guntur MP Jay Galla, in fact, had congratulated two MPs, TDP MPs in the Modi 3.0 cabinet. He's confirmed the present Guntur MP Pema Sani Chandrasekhar as the Minister of State Independent Charge. He's also congratulated Ram Mohan Naidu from the TDP for his role as a cabinet minister as well. We're also learning from sources that some ministers with the same ministries will be getting distributed to other ministries as well. My colleague Vedant joins us with more details. He's outside the Prime Minister's residence at this point. Vedant, now we're learning at around 11:30 is when there's going to be tea and breakfast that's going to be hosted at the Prime Minister's residence. Several of his cabinet colleagues have been invited for that as well.
Well, Aarti, for the next 2 hours, all eyes will be on 7 LKM, 7 Lok Kalyan Marg, the Prime Minister's residence. As you rightly pointed out, 11:30 is when the Prime Minister will be hosting his incoming cabinet colleagues for tea and breakfast. So, for the next 2 hours, all eyes will be fixated on the Prime Minister's residence. Who's going in is going to be something that we'll be closely watching. Now, remember, several important points here. As you rightly pointed out, several of the BJP's top ministers have received calls, including Nitin Gadkari, Rajnath Singh, Amit Shah, of course. Also, Bhupender Yadav has received a call, is what we are learning. He contested from Alwar for the first time. He's among the few ministers who've actually won. So, of course, the electoral victory being rewarded by the Prime Minister, Bhupender Yadav, has also received a call. Many of the other BJP leaders who perhaps were expected to be a part of the cabinet, they have not received calls yet. Though, of course, what we are also learning is that several top allies have received a call from the Prime Minister's office, including, as you pointed out, Jitan Ram Manji, Chirag Paswan, Anupriya Patel, who has been with the NDA. Chaudhary, the RLD contesting in alliance with the BJP this time, winning 2 seats, though its performance hasn't been as on expected lines, but still in Western Uttar Pradesh, Jayant Chaudhary holds the key. So he's also expected to take oath. Chirag Paswan as well of the LJP. HD Kumaraswamy, as you pointed out, also Lallan Singh, interestingly, two ministers, two leaders from the TDP as well, and also we are expecting a call to be made to a Shiv Sena leader as well, because remember, it's the smaller allies also that we're keeping a close watch on, including the Shiv Sena and the NCP. Nobody from the NCP so far has received a call. Now remember, this is a convention. We have seen in the past as well that the Prime Minister has hosted his incoming cabinet colleagues at 7 Lok Kalyan Marg, his residence, for tea and breakfast. Essentially, the emphasis will be on governance, what his expectations from various ministries are, because he's underlined in his speeches as well, whether it was his victory speech, his speech at the Rashtrapati Bhavan or at the Central Hall, that governance is going to be the focus, and he believes in working in close tandem with his ministers. So from the word go, he believes in sort of being on the same page with his cabinet colleagues, which is why this convention of hosting the cabinet for tea before the swearing in. So 11:30 is when we are expecting all the top leaders to arrive here at
at the Prime Minister's residence.
Stay on with us, Vedant. I'm also being joined at this point by Aishwarya, as well as Prabhakar and Tanushka as well. Let me go over to Prabhakar. Prabhakar, now, just as Vedant was mentioning, some key leaders who were expecting to be a part of the Modi 3.0 cabinet, Jitin Ram Manjhi, Ramnath Thakur, as well as Chirag Paswan.
Yeah, two probable names which were doing rounds, both Lalan Singh and Ramnath Thakur, they have received calls, so they are confirmed now. They will be part of the new Modi cabinet 3.0. Jitin Ram Manjhi, who is a lone MP of his own party, he has received the call, and Chirag Paswan has received the call. Remember, we are still waiting for the names from the Bihar BJP leaders as to who would be inducted in the cabinet. Remember, Nityanand Rai, you had Giriraj Singh, and there are many others who were part of the Modi cabinet, and they have all won. So they have so far not received the calls. We are still waiting for the confirmation from the BJP quarter, from the Bihar BJP end, as to who all have been called for this breakfast cum tea meeting with the Prime Minister. And whosoever gets the call is a confirmed nominee, minister designate for the swearing in. Remember, JDU wanted 3 cabinet berths, but they are getting 2 as of now. What we are told by the party sources that the third person will be inducted in the cabinet at a later stage when the expansion happens. Jitin Ram Manjhi is the lone person from his own political party. Chirag Paswan has 5 MPs, so he also is expecting 2 cabinet berths, but he himself will be sworn in as a cabinet minister in the first go, and later when the expansion happens, there might be a second person from Chirag's party to be inducted. All the 4 names, as we told to our viewers, they have been confirmed. They are going for the for the tea and the breakfast meeting with the Prime Minister, and we are still waiting as to who are the names from Bihar BJP who will be called in for the swearing in.
Right, stay on with us, Prabhakar. My colleague Tanushka also joins us from outside JP Nadda's residence. Tanushka, Nadda, in fact, having left his residence, remember there have been several meetings that have been taking place in the past couple of days as well to finalize the portfolios in the cabinet. But of course, the important meeting as of now is the tea sort of ceremony that the Prime Minister is hosting at his place.
Yes, exactly. So while the focus is on the PM's residence right now for this key meeting, tea meeting that is to happen, as behind you can see the lot of preparations that are going on at JP Nadda's residence at 7B Motilal Nehru Marg for the dinner party that Nadda will be hosting in the evening after the oath-taking ceremony. And from what we know from inside, the caterers are from Jaipur. They've been specially called from Jaipur, and there's a huge menu, the long list of menu of what is going to be served in the evening today for all these ministers, all the cabinet ministers, all these very important guests, and as well as foreign dignitaries. So remember, 2023 to 24 was the International Year of Millet to create domestic and global demand for the crop. And in this party will be millet will be the hero of the menu. Millet khichdi will be featured, and in the menu there will also be 3 to 4 types of juices and shakes. There will be 3 types of Bikaneri sharbat. So the menu is deeply rooted in tradition, in Indian tradition, Indian food, simple food. There will be a Punjabi counter serving Amritsari chole kulche, Lahori aloo, and there will also be 8 varieties of desserts from ghevar to rasmalai. This is what is going to be on the menu for the dinner party, and there will be a very interesting vegetable dish of stuffed lychee mint. So that's also interesting coming in from JP Nadda's residence. As you can see behind me, preparations are on, tents are being set up, and all of this for the evening after the oath-taking ceremony is over.
Right. Thank you, Tanushka. Of course, stay on with us. Their culture on display in the dinner party that JP Nadda is going to be hosting for the foreign dignitaries as well as the other dignitaries who are going to be joining the swearing-in ceremony. Aishwarya also joining us from Vijayawada. Aishwarya, now interesting news from TDP. We're learning that 2 MPs at least are going to be part of the cabinet, one in an MOS position, one as a cabinet minister.
That's right. That's right. TDP emerged as the second single largest party of the NDA and won 16 seats from Andhra Pradesh. Chandrababu Naidu gave full support to the NDA this time, and therefore the reason perhaps there were a lot of negotiations and bargaining that took place at early rounds where TDP wanted to have its speaker post, but now the Bharatiya Janata Party had got them settled to one cabinet and one MOS position. It is Jay Galla on social media X had also congratulated both Ram Mohan Naidu, who will be inducted as the cabinet minister in Modi cabinet 3.0, and also P. Chandrasekhar as the minister of state. We still don't know that whether D. Pundeshwari, who is the Bharatiya Janata Party state president of Andhra Pradesh, daughter of K.T. Rama Rao, she will be inducted in Modi cabinet 3.0 is something that we still are waiting for, because remember, she is the one who had taken Bharatiya Janata Party to new heights in Andhra Pradesh, bagging 3 seats this time, and also she is the one who used to be one MOS HRD of the government of India during Manmohan Singh's tenure. So she had that experience. Whether she would get inducted in the Modi cabinet 3.0 is something that remains to be seen, but Ram Mohan Naidu, a 3-time MP from TDP General Secretary, a very favorite of Chandrababu Naidu, had got a call. He is a very active politician. In last 10 years, he had been the voice of Chandrababu Naidu in Delhi, and therefore the reason perhaps the first name that the TDP had given to the top brass of the NDA was of him. Interesting name of P. Chandrasekhar, doctor by politician, and also a first-time MP from Guntur. Right. Remember, it is Jay Galla who used to be the MP from Guntur, but because he had stated that he will not be a part of active politics, then this ticket was given to him, and he won with a majority of votes. So these two had been confirmed. More names from Andhra Pradesh is something that we are waiting for.
Stay on with us, Aishwarya. We're in fact getting in a reaction from Ranmat Thakur, who's also an expected minister in the upcoming cabinet. Let's listen into what he had to say.
मैं अपने को भाग्यशाली मानता हूं कि भारत के प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने और बिहार सरकार के मुख्यमंत्री श्री नीतीश कुमार जी ने मेरे जैसे छोटे आदमी पर भरोसा जताया। मैं उस भरोसे पर पानी फेरने का काम नहीं करूंगा और उनके कामों को आगे बढ़ाने का काम करूंगा, उनके हाथों को मजबूत करने का काम करूंगा। अब तो ओथ होने दीजिए और जो समस्याएं हैं उसको दूर भगाने का काम करेंगे हम लोग।
Right, my colleagues of course are joining us from the ground. Vedant there from outside the Prime Minister's residence, Prabhakar from Patna, and Tanushka from outside JP Nadda's residence, also Aishwarya from Vijayawada. Let me bring in Prabhakar again. Prabhakar, now important challenge for the NDA at this point would be to maintain a balance between their allies. The JDU, of course, one of the important allies for the NDA, and we're learning some big names from senior leaders from the JDU have been roped in this particular cabinet.
Yeah, both the names who have actually called for the swearing in, Lalan Singh and Ramnath Thakur, they are very extremely close to Nitish Kumar. But as you rightly said, it would be a tough task for the BJP to handle JDU as an ally and handle Nitish Kumar as an alliance partner, because Nitish Kumar is an old school politician. He's a tough nut to crack. He's a hard bargainer. So Nitish Kumar, there are many agendas where Nitish Kumar actually does not have the same view as BJP. The issues like Agniveer, which has already been raised by JDU, and they wanted BJP to revisit that scheme. Then you have UCC and NRC, and then you have the farmers' issues. So these are many issues where Nitish Kumar has a different view that of BJP, and BJP would find it extremely difficult to get them on the same page. So they have a difficult task ahead. But as of now, things have settled. 2 of the names have been inducted, the nominees of the JDU, they have been inducted in the cabinet. And the third person, as I told you, would be inducted later when the expansion happens.
Right, Prabhakar, stay on with us. Vedant also joining us. Vedant, now we had seen how there were some sort of ministries which were being asked by both the TDP and the JDU. It was on both of these important allies' wish lists. So there must be some sort of balance that the NDA must be trying to strike while keeping the 4 major ministries for themselves.
That's right. Now remember, the BJP is negotiating from a position of strength. The BJP understands that 240 is a significant number and that they have the numbers in their favor, which is why, as I said, negotiating from a position of strength. The 4 CCS ministries, there appears to be some sort of status quo that could be maintained as far as those Raisina Hills ministries are concerned. No place for the allies in the Raisina Hills as of now, as well as the infrastructure ministries. Now remember, infrastructure has been a key focus of the NDA, which is why the BJP is not willing to concede those key ministries to the allies. So of course that must be kept in mind, that the BJP is still the largest party in the alliance, and there's a great deal of difference between the largest party and the second largest party, which is the TDP, which brings 16 MPs to the coalitions. Of course we must keep that math in mind as well. Now the latest that we're getting is that 2 interesting names, Bhupender Yadav as well as Manohar Lal Khattar, they have received calls as well. Now remember, Bhupender Yadav is among the few ministers who actually won, one of the few incumbent ministers who won from Alwar with a significant margin there as well. It was his electoral debut from Alwar. So interesting that he will also be inducted in the cabinet. And also Manohar Lal Khattar, very interesting, because remember Manohar Lal Khattar was unseated as a chief minister just weeks before the polls in Haryana. Nayab Saini was appointed as a chief minister, so he will also be inducted, Manohar Lal Khattar, to the cabinet. So very interesting there, experienced men being relied upon by the BJP. That certainly is a message that is coming out. And for the next hour and a half, all eyes will be on 7 LKM. I'm right outside the main gate of the Prime Minister's residence, which is where all the top ministers will be entering from. It will be very interesting to watch who enters and who are the people who are omitted. That is also something that will be interesting to watch out for. And when you speak to the leaders in the coterie of some of the ministers who have not received calls yet, their eyes are fixated on their mobile phones. So extremely interesting, these couple of hours before the swearing-in ceremony.
Absolutely. Stay on with us. Aishwarya, now talking about Andhra Pradesh, the TDP has an important role to play, especially when it comes to Chandrababu Naidu, who's also going to be sworn in as CM.
Well, certainly, and it's Telugu Desam Party who had made it clear that this time they will not negotiate for posts, they will negotiate for funds in the state, because it is Jagan Mohan Reddy in last 5 years who had just emptied all the accounts and treasury of the government, and they have lot to do in terms of providing 20 lakh jobs that they had promised in the manifesto, getting special status for Andhra Pradesh. Also, the ports needs to be reconstructed again in the coastal areas of Andhra Pradesh. There has been also promise in the manifesto that Amravati would be the single city capital, and that needs to be developed. The project needs to be revived as well. So for all of those, they need funds from the center, and cooperation is something that the Telugu Desam Party wants from the center, and therefore the reason perhaps the negotiations that were going on at the first hand certainly came down to just one cabinet and one MOS. Certainly they are hoping that from these ministries that their leaders have got, they will get enough funds and enough work for the state of Andhra Pradesh, so that they can work for the betterment of people. So Chandrababu Naidu clearly on their side made it clear, and now when he's going to take oath on June 12th is something that we are also expecting Prime Minister Narendra Modi to be in attendance.
Right, Aishwarya, and I'll also bring in Prabhakar on this point as well. Interestingly, 2 key allies had made the same demand. They had asked for a special status for their particular states. So the TDP, according to what sources told us, was they had asked for special status for Andhra Pradesh. Aishwarya, take us through those details.
Well, that's right. Both these states, Bihar and Andhra Pradesh, wanted special status, and that requires a lot of fund from the centre. Whether that will happen in a time period from here on is something that remains to be seen, but it is very openly being stated by several of the JDU leaders in Bihar. Nitish Kumar also pointing out, remember in that speech when the NDA meeting happened, that all work will be done in some time from here on, and it would be just cooperation that the centre will be from the centre that will be needed, and that's also on the case of TDP in Andhra Pradesh as well. So that happens or not, that certainly it remains to be seen.
Prabhakar, come in on that point now. Like Aishwarya stated, we did hear Nitish Kumar talk about how he said that there was going to be more coherence in terms of work that's going to happen in Bihar. They have demanded for special status for Bihar as well. How significant is it for the NDA to then maintain these demands, negotiate with them and ensure that they're appeasing the allies?
See, it's a very long pending demand of Bihar, and especially of Nitish Kumar, the special status for the state of Bihar. But going by the technicalities, now he understands very well that it would be very difficult for the special status to come to Bihar, for a very simple reason that you have to change all the parameters of granting special status to the state of Bihar. And Bihar actually does not qualify on those parameters. And if those parameters are changed, then there are many other states who will also qualify and who will also start demanding for the same. So now what I believe that JDU would settle for a special package for the state of Bihar. Rather than pressing for a special status, they would be settling for the special package for the state of Bihar, and that actually suffices, because that would mean additional funds for the development of infrastructure in Bihar, for the development of projects in Bihar, and that is what I see as something coming, and BJP and JDU would amicably actually agree on the special package for the state of Bihar.
Right. Thank you, Prabhakar, Vedant, Tanushka, Aishwarya for joining us and bringing us these details on from the various places that you've been reporting from on the swearing-in ceremony. We're of course going to be tracking this closely. We're shifting focus to some more news coming in on the broadcast. We're learning that Mohammad Muizzu, the Maldivian president, has arrived in New Delhi. Remember, this is his first visit after the tensions rose between India and Maldives. There have been several foreign dignitaries who've been invited to New Delhi as well. My colleague Ghazali joins us with more details. Ghazali, we're learning that Mohammad Muizzu in New Delhi ahead of the swearing-in ceremony. We did see that Sheikh Hasina had arrived yesterday as well.
Yeah, so around 7 heads of the states have been invited for the swearing-in ceremony. Yesterday, Sheikh Hasina, the Prime Minister of Bangladesh, arrived, and today morning, Mr. Muizzu, Mohammad Muizzu, the President of Maldives, has also arrived to attend the swearing-in ceremony. His arrival has created a lot of ripples, considering the kind of relations India and Maldives had seen in the last couple of months after that entire controversy over the tourism thing. The Prime Minister visiting Lakshadweep, then he getting trolled or foul language being used by the Maldivian parliamentarians against him, and that also ended up hitting the tourism industry in Maldives, with Indian on social media boycotting it. But last month things started looking that it will get back to normal, or the relations started bettering around when the Foreign Minister of Maldives came over here and met the Foreign External Affairs Minister, Mr. Jaishankar, and now Mr. Muizzu's invitation being sent out to Mr. Muizzu itself was a big surprise, and now he has accepted and has landed in India to attend the swearing-in ceremony. That also shows the kind of foreign policy which will be in continuity in Modi 3.0, because in the last 2 governments of Mr. Modi, he has always prioritized the neighborhood countries. In 2014, when he was taking the oath, he had invited the countries of SAARC association. In 2019, it was the BIMSTEC countries, the countries around the Bay of Bengal. And in this swearing-in ceremony, alongside the SAARC countries, all those heads of the states who fall around the Indian Ocean have also been invited, like heads of states from Mauritius, Deputy President or Vice President of Seychelles. Then you have got Bhutan, Nepal, Sri Lanka's President, Bangladesh's Prime Minister. So all these neighborhood first policies being reflected in this swearing-in ceremony. So it also shows that how foreign policy is one of the key focus areas of this government and will remain so in the next term, which starts from today after the Prime Minister designate Mr. Narendra Modi will be taking oath.
Right. Thank you, Ghazali, for joining us and bringing us those updates. Of course, foreign dignitaries will be joining the swearing-in ceremony. Several of them have been invited for the ceremony as well. 7 heads of state, which also puts forward the neighbourhood first policy that India has been following. Now, Prime Minister Modi also paid homage to Mahatma Gandhi and Vajpayee before swearing in today. He also visited the National War Memorial and paid tribute to fallen bravehearts as well. Remember, preparations for the grand ceremony are underway at the Rashtrapati Bhavan. There's high security in the national capital as well. At least 1,100 traffic staff have been deployed. Entry and movement in areas around the Rashtrapati Bhavan will be restricted from around 2 p.m. today. Remember, the event will be attended by thousands of dignitaries, including foreign dignitaries, 7 heads of state, religious leaders, as well as people who participated in Mann Ki Baat, as well as some Padma awardees as well.
हम लोगों ने आज व्यापक इंतज़ाम कर रखे हैं। करीब 1100 ट्रैफिक पुलिसकर्मी आज अपनी ड्यूटी करेंगे और सब लोग हमारे ट्रैफिक स्टाफ कम्प्लीटली ब्रीफ्ड है। जो भी आज गाड़ियां राष्ट्रपति भवन और उसके आसपास में आएंगी वो करीब 2 बजे से हम उस जोन में रेस्ट्रिक्टेड एंट्री होगी और रेस्ट्रिक्टेड मूवमेंट होगा।
We'll bring you more on this story. For now, a short break.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Co-present. Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever.
The historic swearing in. Prime Minister Modi takes oath for the 3rd time. The new NDA government takes charge for the 3rd straight term.
देश चलाने के लिए सर्वमत बहुत जरूरी होता है.
The Modi cabinet, who will get what? All the news and top newsmakers. Mega ceremony, mega coverage. All day on NDTV.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet.
On one hand, as the NDA is preparing to be sworn in for a 3rd time in a historic win in the Lok Sabha elections, on the other hand, the India bloc is deciding whether they're going to be attending the ceremony or not. Sources say that Congress chief Kharge will be attending the ceremony, while TMC says that they did not receive an invite yet and won't be attending. This is as far as the TMC and Congress are concerned. In terms of the other India bloc leaders, they've not yet confirmed their presence and there is no confirmation on whether invites were sent out for those leaders as well. But what we know so far is that sources telling us that Congress chief Mallikarjun Kharge will be attending the ceremony. Remember, it is part of tradition for opposition leaders to attend the swearing-in ceremony of the ruling government as well. The swearing-in ceremony will take place at around 7 p.m. this evening. Prime Minister Modi is going to be historically sworn in for a 3rd time. And we are getting in details of the cabinet taking shape as well. Several leaders have been getting calls and invites for the swearing-in ceremony. and that cabinet, of course, is taking shape. On the other hand, the opposition, of course, deciding if they are going to be attending the swearing-in ceremony or not. Congress Chief Mallikarjun Kharge, however, will be attending, is what sources are telling us. This comes after Sonia Gandhi had earlier made a statement that they did not get the invite for the ceremony yet, but it seems that as per sources indicate that they have got the invite, and that Congress Chief Mallikarjun Kharge will be attending this particular swearing-in ceremony. On the other hand, the TMC, however, saying that they have not received an invite and that they won't be attending the swearing-in ceremony. My colleague Saurabh joins us with more details. Saurabh, now Mamata Banerjee, in fact, saying earlier that they didn't get an invite for the swearing-in ceremony and that the TMC won't be attending.
That's right. The TMC is very clear that it won't be attending the swearing-in ceremony, and of course that's something that Mamata Banerjee, the West Bengal Chief Minister and TMC Chief, announced yesterday at a press conference after meeting her newly elected MPs. The Trinamool is sending 29 Lok Sabha MPs this time from West Bengal. They've won 29 seats, among them several women, and the TMC, of course, frontlining its women MPs. But this time around, given the animosity that the party has had with the BJP, the Bharatiya Janata Party, especially during the very bitter election campaign in West Bengal, and of course the fact that Mamata Banerjee yesterday made the statement that the government is, of course, unstable, etc. All of that, saying illegal, undemocratic, using those terms to describe the government formation process at this point. She, of course, declared that we have not received an invite and we will not be going. So obviously, Mamata Banerjee's word is, of course, the final word in the Trinamool Congress. And once she said that they will not be going, it means that the Trinamool Congress will not be attending the swearing-in ceremony that's taking place today. This is, of course, a political position that the Trinamool Congress has taken, given, like I said, the animosity. But the Trinamool, of course, says that they are going to raise issues like pending dues to the state, etc. once, of course, the parliament gets underway, because these newly elected MPs will all be taking the oath of parliament, and then, of course, they will be functioning in parliament as members of parliament from the Trinamool Congress from West Bengal. And therefore, the issues that the Trinamool Congress has been highlighting in the campaign would be raised by them on the floor of the House as well. And the big news, though, is that the Trinamool Congress has taken the position that it will not be attending the swearing-in ceremony in New Delhi today.
Right, Saurabh, thank you for that update from West Bengal. I'm also being joined by my colleague Sunil. Sunil, we're learning that sources telling us that Congress Chief Kharge will be attending the swearing-in ceremony. Earlier, of course, we had heard Sonia Gandhi say that they didn't receive an invite yet.
That's right. As the India bloc has decided that Mr. Kharge, who's the leader of opposition in the Rajya Sabha and represents the opposition, it's a constitutional position, and it's in that backdrop that they will be attending the swearing-in. For time immemorial, as I pointed out, the leader of the opposition have always participated in the swearing-in ceremony, even though they believe this mandate is against Prime Minister Narendra Modi. They are going to be participating in this entire event with Mr. Kharge, who is clearly the leader of opposition, representing them. So that's the decision that has been taken at this present juncture.
Right. Thank you, Sunil, for joining us and bringing us those details. We have some more news coming in terms of the Modi 3.0 cabinet. In an exclusive, our sources are telling us that Piyush Goyal, Mansukh Mandaviya are also going to be part of the cabinet. We're also learning that Ashwini Vaishnav and Arjun Menghwal have also gotten calls in terms of joining the cabinet. This is, of course, what our sources are telling us. We're learning that Mansukh Mandaviya, Ashwini Vaishnav, Piyush Goyal are going to be part of the Modi 3.0 cabinet as well. Arjun Menghwal also has gotten a call, is what we're learning. Remember earlier, several of the other leaders in terms of allies, JDU's two leaders, especially Lalan Singh and Ramnath Thakur, also having been expected to be part of the 3.0 cabinet. Also, JDS's HD Kumaraswamy, as well as two TDP MPs who will also be part of the cabinet, is what we're learning. Remember, more names are coming in as the cabinet takes form. for a third time around. We're learning that Mansukh Mandavia, Ashwini Vaishnaw, Piyush Goyal also have confirmed posts in the 3.0 cabinet. Of course, the portfolios of all of these leaders has not been confirmed yet, but so far, to take you through the names that we have as of now, Amit Shah, Rajnath Singh, Arjun Ram Menghwal, JDS is HD Kumaraswamy, JDU's Ramnath Thakur, Lalan Singh as well from the JDU, LJP's Chirag Paswan, Jitin Ram Manji, Nitin Gadkari, Prahlad Joshi, and as of now, Piyush Goyal, Ashwini Vaishnaw, Mansukh Mandavia as well. My colleague Vasudha joins us with more details. Vasudha, take us through the latest that we're hearing. Mansukh Mandavia, Ashwini Vaishnaw, Piyush Goyal, as well as Arjun Menghwal, we're learning are going to be part of the cabinet.
Yes, Aarti, we've been reporting since morning that senior ministers of the cabinet, including Rajnath Singh and of course Nitin Gadkari and Amit Shah, will be part of Modi 3.0. What we hear right now is other ministers such as Piyush Goyal, Mansukh Mandavia, Ashwini Vaishnaw, who played a very important role in governance, and also important moves are also likely to be part of this. Arjun Ram Menghwal has been the law minister, and so one from Bikaner, he's also from the Dalit community. He would also be part of Modi 3.0 is what we hear. And with regard to people like Mansukh Mandavia, who has steered health crisis, especially the second wave of COVID, or for that matter, Mr. Ashwini Vaishnaw, who has led important projects like Vande Bharat, or for that matter, fintech and digital technologies and digital payments, somebody who is very critical to the governance of the country. And of course, Rajnath Singh and Amit Shah, who have been critical not just in organization building, but also mobilizing the party cadre and mobilizing the party's BJP's campaign, and important moves are all likely to be part of Modi 3.0. Clearly, this is a combination, a balancing act of both governance and also trusted faces of the Prime Minister, who have, tested their mettle in terms of governance and administration. So that seems to be the main idea right now. So many old faces have been retained, is what we know. And of course, these are tried and tested faces, and experience is what speaks, and trust is what they speak, and that is probably the reason why we would be able to see many of the old faces as part of Modi 3.0.
Right. Thank you, Vasudha, for joining us and bringing us those updates. We'll bring you more on this story. For now, a short break.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Finally, I'm here. Finally, this is the time जहाँ पे मैं आपके सवालों के जवाब देता हूँ in this section, which happens to be my favorite as well, and it's called Ask TG. Let's see इस week हमारे पास में कौन से सवाल हैं. To be honest, in Android TV, we don't have any such features जहाँ पे आपको live जो सामने speech आ रहा है उसके captions screen पे दिखाई दे जाएं. We are expecting this feature to come कभी भी जब Google इसको unveil करता है, but as of now we don't have it. Samsung, however, in their latest AI TVs जो Samsung ने launch किए थे, उसमें demonstrated that how using AI they were able to put some captions for the text. जो भी dialogues या जो भी speech television में उस time पे है वो सामने captions के form में visible है. Now I'm not sure कि how exactly this functions. Now मैं आपको एक और recommendation दे सकता हूँ, which is to try these bone conducting headphones or earphones, because sometimes what I have noticed is कि जहाँ पे hearing loss की हम बात करते हैं, because they use the mechanism of bone conduction, आप वहाँ से audio directly अपने inner ear के through सुन सकते हैं. So you can give them a try and then pair the earphones with the TV so that आप directly जो TV में dialogues हैं उनको आप सुन सकते हैं. But sadly, as of now in Android TV, we don't have any such feature of live captions.
Is it safe to leave a pen drive or an SSD in the car during this summer heat?
Ideally, you shouldn't do it. And the simple reason is कि ये जो gadgets हैं, all these electronics, जो हम एक laptop की बात करते हैं, let's say talk about a smartphone, SSD or a pen drive, you know, could be anything. यहाँ पे extreme heat might damage the internal components. तो अगर आप अपनी कार में
Stay informed and entertained with the Stay informed.
Telugu Desam Party National President Chandrababu Naidu will take oath as the Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh on the 12th of June at around 11:27 a.m. Now, a place close to an IT park at Karsalpalli near Gannavaram Airport has been zeroed in as a venue for the oath-taking ceremony. The NDA's Prime Ministerial candidate Narendra Modi and a few other senior NDA leaders as well as chief ministers from other states will also attend the ceremony. My colleague Aishwarya joins us with more details. Aishwarya, take us through the oath-taking ceremony of Chandrababu Naidu that's been slated for June 12th.
Modi is expected to attend the swearing-in ceremony of Chandrababu Naidu as the Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh on June 12th. It is, remember, Prime Minister Narendra Modi who has to take oath, and it would be Chandrababu Naidu who will be also in attendance at the Rashtrapati Bhavan. Chandrababu Naidu is scheduled to take oath at 11:27 a.m. at the Kesrapalli IT Park near the Gannavaram Airport. The Chief Secretary also reviewed the arrangements being made for the ceremony and directed officials to make foolproof preparations. There are several VVIPs who are expected at the Gannavaram Airport to arrive for the swearing-in ceremony of Mr. Naidu. Senior IAS officer Padumana has also been appointed as the state coordinator for the swearing-in ceremony, and he is looking after each and other the appointments that are being made as far as the swearing-in ceremony is concerned. Remember, the Telugu Desam Party, the Bharatiya Janata Party, and the Jan Sena in an alliance with the NDA clearly had emerged as victorious with more than 160 seats in 135 assembly seats of Andhra Pradesh, and it would be Chandrababu Naidu who will be returning back to power in Andhra Pradesh as a kingmaker, and he will be swearing in on 12th of June. Several VVIPs, including Prime Minister Narendra Modi, is also being invited for this event.
Right, thank you for joining us, Aishwarya, and bringing us those details. Now, in fact, Andhra's Amravati dream is perhaps going to be a reality soon, as the TDP has brought back the Amravati Capital City project. This project is a key part of the TDP manifesto as well. This is a new chapter that's being written in the Andhra Pradesh's heart, that is Amravati. Now, this particular project includes a sustainable green city and a city with a historical legacy and modern aspirations that Amravati is. Remember, the TDP has been backing Amravati as a capital for Andhra Pradesh.
Envisioned as an environmentally sustainable greenfield, Amravati is located between two cities, that is Vijayawada and Guntur, spanning for 29 villages. Chandrababu Naidu acquired 33,000 acres of land successfully. These apartments that you see just behind me are MP MLA apartments, which were then constructed in 2015 to 2019, but the construction is still on halt because of the tenure of Jagan Mohan Reddy between 2019 to 2024. Villagers are hopeful that now when Chandrababu Naidu has again taken over, these projects will complete.
A vast area with cranes, bulldozers and construction workers busy building a modern city. In the heart of Andhra Pradesh, a new chapter is being written. Amravati, a city steeped in history, is on its way to becoming the state's capital city. Strategically located on the banks of River Krishna, Amravati is being envisioned as a sustainable green city.
అట్లనే చంద్రబాబు నాయుడు గారి మీద ఉన్న నమ్మకంతో 33,000 ఎకరాలు ఇచ్చిన రైతులకి న్యాయం జరగాలంటే మళ్ళీ చంద్రబాబు నాయుడు గారు రావాలని ప్రజలందరూ కోరుకోవడం జరిగింది. ఆయన రాగానే ప్రజలందరికీ రైతులకు న్యాయం చేసి ఈ ప్రాజెక్ట్ని ఈ అమరావతి రాజధాని ప్రాజెక్ట్ని ముందుకు తీసుకెళ్తారనే నమ్మకం ప్రజల్లో.
We are giving the land for development purpose only for Andhra Pradesh capital. Last government was not at all 1% also consider my requests and my struggles. We are getting the land from my grandfathers also. So we are struggled last 5 years. Last government was struggled the farmers particularly because of they are giving the lands without taken 1 rupee also. We are getting the only yearly annuity only.
The path to Amravati becoming the capital city has not been without challenges. Land acquisitions, disputes and concerns about environmental impact have sparked protests and debates. After taking charge as the Chief Minister in 2019, Jagan decided to have 3 state capitals which stalled all construction projects. While following the TDP's electoral win in Andhra Pradesh, the Amravati capital city project is poised for revival.
All these farmers, they have volunteered around the capital zone to just clean all the mess happened in the last 5 years. Like if you just say a minute back, all the proclaimers have gone. So they're from not from the government or any contractor. They are from the people. So people were volunteering themselves to clean up all the unwanted plants, all the mess happened around there.
In 2019, when Jagan Mohan Reddy became the Chief Minister of the state, he proposed to have 3 capitals for Andhra Pradesh and stalled all the construction activities of Amravati. Now, when Chandrababu Naidu had returned back to the power, he had promised to revive the Amravati capital city project. Just behind me are these bulldozers which are running on the streets, and these are run by the farmers who were protesting for last 5 years and removing tents. Now it remains to be seen that how soon Amravati will be declared as the capital of Andhra Pradesh and how soon the Amravati capital city project will also begin.
Whether Amravati will rise as the sole capital or share the role with other cities, its future holds immense promise. It is a city poised for growth, a unique blend of historical legacy and modern aspirations. With Aishwarya Jain and video journalist Sheikh Momin, Bureau Report for NDTV.
Now, the Uttar Pradesh government is set to bring a new law dealing with cheating in exams soon. CM Yogi Adityanath reiterated that tampering with the integrity of selection exams is unacceptable and that a new law will be implemented soon. The comprehensive reforms will be introduced to ensure the integrity, confidentiality and transparency of recruitment exams. Now, following the Chief Minister's directives, a new law is being prepared to combat activities like solver gangs and paper leaks. My colleague Tanish joins us with more details. Tanish, take us to the new law that's been formed to combat cheating and other malpractices when it comes to competitive exams.
Well, of course, directions have been issued by the UP Chief Minister to draft the new law, which is under process. As of now, we don't have the details of the new law, but of course, it will definitely deal. It will be focused on members of dealing with solver gang and paper leak. That will be the focus of the law. According to the UP government, that is the focus of the law. We of course saw how police constable paper was leaked and that affected the lives of many aspirants who appeared for that. Around 40 lakh aspirants appeared for it, and then of course slowly all the members who were behind this were arrested. So of course a new law is being brought in, but this is different from an anti-cheating law. Anti-cheating law has already been passed by the center. That of course all the government exams come under the purview of it. But this particular law will specifically deal in paper leaks and solver gangs. And of course, this comes after a huge poll debacle in Uttar Pradesh by the Bharatiya Janata Party. Yes.
Right. Thank you for joining us and bringing us those details, Tanish. Shifting focus to Manipur now, over 70 houses burnt in trouble-torn Manipur district. Commandos have been deployed amid serious tension in Manipur's Jiribam district adjoining Assam. More than 70 houses of a particular community have been burnt, while additional security forces, including Manipur police commandos, have been deployed in the area, according to officials. A curfew has also been imposed in the area and adjoining Tamglang districts for an indefinite period after protests erupted over the killing of 59-year-old Soibam Sarat Kumar Singh at the Jiribam area by suspended armed attackers, is what we're learning. My colleague Ratnadeep joins us with more details. But before that, listen in to what the officials had to say on the violence.
I'm quite intrigued for one reason, that this incident, this unfortunate, has happened just after the elections. This will certainly be the handiwork of those people who don't love Manipur, who want crisis to continue for their benefit, personal or otherwise benefit, those people who want to destroy Manipur. My appeal to people and my fellow citizens in Manipur is that we must be very careful in the way we speak. We should not provoke, emotive, especially on our social media sites.
Ratnadeep joins us with more details. Ratnadeep, take us through this incident that's taken place. Over 70 houses that have been burnt down.
That's right. In fact, we played out that soundbite of the winning candidate of Imphal West constituency from Congress, Professor Bimoy Akhuijam. He is the MP elect of Inner Manipur, and he raised this concern about the law and order situation in Jiribam for the past 3 days. Remember, after the recovery of the dead body of a man who went to his farm and then was missing, there was first protest by people of his community, and they get out the police station on the 6th of June. There were stone peltings, and later the huts were set ablaze, and there were then counter retaliations as well. And in the past 2 days, there have been incidents of armed militants actually attacking at least 2 police outposts, and therefore yesterday through several sorties, commandos of Manipur police as well as central security forces have been airlifted from Imphal to Jiribam, which shares its border with Assam. Now, the superintendent of police of Jiribam and the OC of Jiribam police station both have been replaced. New officers have been sent there. The situation, police sources tell us, is under control, but there is palpable tension, and more so because Jiribam is a mixed populated area with several ethnicities living very closer to each other. And in last year's Manipur violence, Jiribam was one area was not affected that much, but this time with this incident, there are always chances of a communal undertone remaining because of the fissures within the community, and therefore more reinforcement has been sent, more so because you have armed groups who have been now targeting police station. Particularly yesterday, there were 2 incidents where police stations were targeted by the armed groups, and reinforcements have been sent. What is important to note here is that the neighboring districts of Jiribam, in Manipur, Tamenglong, and on the Assam side, even in the Barak Valley region, Assam police has also increased its vigil given the fact that there is a situation which has built up in Jiribam. At this moment, it remains under control, but palpable tension remains there.
Right. Thank you, Ratnadeep, for joining us and bringing us those updates. Shifting focus to Tamil Nadu, the DMK parliamentary party that met last night has urged the centre to exempt Tamil Nadu from NEET and asked the NDA candidates Chandrababu Naidu and Nitish Kumar to help in this. The meeting, of course, called the DMK's clean sweep, a clear response by the people to what they called stepmotherly treatment by the centre. The Chief Minister and DMK Chief M.K. Stalin also asked the MPs to make use of the strong India bloc opposition for constructive criticism in the parliament. NDTV's Sam Daniel reports.
The ruling DMK's parliamentary party, which met at the DMK headquarters yesterday in Chennai, has demanded the centre to exempt Tamil Nadu from the mandatory NEET for medical admission. In fact, the ruling DMK has demanded NDA leaders Chandrababu Naidu and Nitish Kumar to help the state being exempted from this mandatory test. For almost a decade, Tamil Nadu did not have any kind of medical entrance test, but admissions were based on class 12 marks. And it argues that NEET favors the affluent students who can afford private coaching and is working against the interest of meritorious, poor and rural students who cannot afford private coaching. And this demand comes amid allegations of scam in the recent NEET results, which the National Testing Agency has denied. It has also formed a high-powered committee to investigate into these allegations.
We'll bring you more of these stories. For now, a short break.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
दिस इज अ सैमसंग फोन और इसमें एंड्रॉयड है. यू नो व्हाट हैपेंड. सबसे पहले अगर हम जाएं थोड़ा सा पीछे, अगर हम रिवाइंड करें अबाउट द हिस्ट्री ऑफ एंड्रॉयड. वेल गाइज, द क्रिएटर्स ऑफ एंड्रॉयड जब उन्होंने बना लिया ये ऑपरेटिंग सिस्टम, दे वेंट टू सैमसंग बिकॉज दे वांटेड कि सैमसंग उस एंड्रॉयड को खरीद ले. So they all went to Seoul in South Korea. They met with the Samsung people, but Samsung was not that impressed. And Samsung said no. और उसके बाद क्या हुआ? Just weeks later, Google in fact bought Android for $50 million. Imagine करो अगर Samsung ने उस टाइम पे Android खरीद लिया होता, would have been the case that Android would have been Samsung's own exclusive operating system. Like today we see how Samsung is the king of Android. They basically rule the Android market. But वो एक ना आज कैसे मोबाइल हिस्ट्री को पूरा बदल चुकी है. It's all for you. Did you know this? If yes, then amazing. If no, then please let me know by writing all your emails to tg@ndtv.com.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
The historic swearing in. Prime Minister Modi takes oath for the third time. The new NDA government takes charge for the third straight term.
देश चलाने के लिए सर्वमत बहुत जरूरी होता है.
The Modi cabinet. Who will get what? All the news and top newsmakers. Mega ceremony, mega coverage. All day on NDTV.
let me give you a quick recap and let's discuss about how Sony used some brilliant marketing back in the 90s for its PlayStation. See, आज PlayStation बहुत ज़्यादा popular है, ये हम सभी जानते हैं. Almost globally it's very popular. Games हो या consoles हो, काफ़ी ज़्यादा लोग इनको use करते हैं. But back in the days, back in the 90s, while Sony was trying to establish its PlayStation lineup, काफ़ी interesting marketing को Sony ने use किया था. जी हाँ, I'm talking about the very special scratch and sniff labels from the real driving simulator और फीफा गेम. और ये जो गेम की डिस्क्स मिलती थी, इनके ऊपर एक लेबल हुआ करता था, जिसको जब आप स्क्रैच करके स्निफ करेंगे, यू वुड फील योरसेल्फ टू बी इन दैट एक्शन. मतलब जो रियल ड्राइविंग सिमुलेटर गेम था, उसमें जब आप स्क्रैच करके स्निफ करते थे, यू वुड एक्सपीरियंस द सेंट ऑफ अ पिट स्टॉप. और फीफा में यू वुड एक्सपीरियंस द सेंट ऑफ अ फुटबॉल फील्ड. क्या क्रेजी मार्केटिंग थी, बट ज़्यादा.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
It's a big day for the country as the new Modi government will be sworn in. It will not be a full cabinet, but the Council of Ministers are likely to be around 30. The calls have started going and all the cabinet, which will be essentially the Council of Ministers of Prime Minister Modi 3.0, have been invited for tea at 7 LKM. At 11:30 a.m. is when that meeting at 7 LKM will happen. This is essentially tradition continuing what we saw in 2014, what we are seeing, what we saw in 2019 and also in 2024. The headlines. Modi 3.0 swearing in ceremony today. It is happening at 7:15. Amit Shah, Rajnath Singh have all got calls. Nitin Gadkari will also be part of the new Modi cabinet. It's Alliance Sarkar, JDU likely to get one cabinet berth. So there'll be two berths for the TDP. Gents RLD Apna Dal will get one MOS today. Guntur MP's role confirmed in Modi 3.0. TDP's Pemasani to get MOS post. All this announcement made by Jaideep Gala. Opposition confirms its presence at the swearing-in ceremony. Mallikarjun Kharge will be in attendance. That is our top focus this hour, and I'm going to go straight to Vedant, who's joining us live. It's history that we are seeing unfold. In 2019, I was reporting exactly where Vedant is right now, outside 7 LKM, which is Prime Minister Narendra Modi's residence. And Vedant, you'll start seeing several entries, and on the basis of that, you will know who will be sworn in today.
That's right, Mario. The next 1.5 hours, all eyes will be on 7 LKM, the gate that you see right behind me, the main gate to the Prime Minister's residence. The entry of top ministers will will begin in just a short while from now. At 11:15 is when we are expecting Mr. Amit Shah, Mr. Rajnath Singh and Mr. JP Nadda to first arrive at the Prime Minister's residence, and subsequently all the incoming cabinet colleagues of the Prime Minister who will start arriving at 7 LKM. Now remember, as you said, this is convention. This is something that we have seen in 2019 as well. The Prime Minister's emphasis from the word go is on governance, which, you know, he believes working in close tandem with his ministers, and he's emphasized that in all his speeches, whether it was in his victory speech or the speech in Central Hall or in Rashtrapati Bhavan, that governance is going to be the focus, which is why he wishes to be on the same page as his ministers from day one. This has been convention, as I said, to host the incoming cabinet colleagues for tea and breakfast. Now, importantly, the message that is certainly coming out this morning is that the BJP is relying
on experienced men who have closely worked in administration and in governance. Of course, incumbent ministers like Nirmala Sitharaman, Piyush Goyal, of course, Amit Shah, Rajnath Singh, Mr. Nitin Gadkari have all received calls. And what we can also confirm now is that Bhupender Yadav, who contested from Alwar, his electoral debut from Alwar, he's among the few incumbent ministers who have won. He has also been invited. Manohar Lal Khattar, interestingly, has also received a call. That's something that sources have indicated. Remember, it was interesting how he was unseated just weeks before the Haryana polls. So he is likely to find a position in the cabinet as well. So all of these details emerging. In fact, Maria, let me tell you, there's something very interesting when you speak to the leaders in the coterie of some of the BJP ministers who have not received calls. Their eyes are fixated on their phones. So that's very interesting, these couple of hours ahead of the swearing-in ceremony. But certainly, for the next 1 hour, all eyes will be on 7 LKM at this main gate of the Prime Minister's residence.
Sanke Annamalai has got a call, is what we are being told. And if you could just pan a little, and I can see Aishwarya as well, it's an important day for all the journalists who are tracking this government formation day of Prime Minister Narendra Modi's new Council of Ministers. All of them will be hosted by the Prime Minister, continuing with the tradition, as we have been saying. Vedant, what are you exactly seeing? The first car is whose?
Well, Maria, so far nobody has arrived here at the Prime Minister's residence, but what we are picking up is that Mr. Amit Shah and Mr. Nadda will be arriving at 11:15, and so will Mr. Rajnath Singh. Last night as well, in fact, yesterday, a meeting went on for about 12 hours, remember, at the Prime Minister's residence. Subsequently, there was a meeting at Mr. Amit Shah's residence as well, where B.L. Santosh, J.P. Nadda, all these key leaders of the organization were present. And of course, calls have been going from exactly here. It's the Prime Minister's office that has been, making calls to various incoming cabinet colleagues. So this is where the focus is going to be. And you spoke of the first car at 11:15 is when first the top leaders who have, the men behind the government formation, the three men, Mr. J.P. Nadda, Mr. Rajnath Singh and Mr. Amit Shah will first be arriving, and then the allies, the BJP ministers, and there's heavy security here.